All right, good evening, everybody. I was hoping to start a little bit earlier than last week, um, and I kind of hit that goal, but not entirely. So let's just make sure all the settings are where they need to be. Particularly, I want to make sure that I tweeted out the stream. Um, should be. Oh, come on. Sorry, I'm struggling a little bit with the. Okay, cool. And we are properly tagged up. Lovely. Okay, so yes, my apologies for being later than planned, although the plan was to be later than like a 7 o'clock start. And I was actually debating. I'm trying to think when I should ask if we want to do something not game related tonight. Because there's something I was meaning to do before I started streaming, and I'm just going to put that off to the end of the stream. But I can give you a quick preview of, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever do this on stream again, but there's like a data thing that I've been working on that might be of marginal interest to some. But tell you what, let's not delay this any longer. I will open up Darkest Dungeon, and maybe we can take the temperature when the time comes. Oh dear. Hello, Dr. Frankenvinter. Yes, actually, I suppose in with the current inflation, this is the worst possible title. But this is why we play video games, to escape reality, right? I'm sorry, I've lost Darkest Dungeon on my. What's going on? It's like nowhere in my Steam list. Here we go. And good to see you, Dr. Frankenvinder. I also thought I saw Olaf in the list of people watching, but I don't want to call out lurkers. So I'll shut up and you can all enjoy the cutscene.
Ruin has come to our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence and luxury. And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets, exhausting what remained of our family fortune on swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal of antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity. Until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house. Opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
Darkest Dungeon is about making the most of a bad situation. Quests will fail or must be abandoned. Heroes will die, and when they die, they stay dead, sort of. Progress autosaves constantly, so actions are permanent. The game expects a lot out of you. How far will you push your adventurers? How much are you willing to risk in your quest to restore the hamlet? What will you sacrifice to save the life of your favorite hero? Thankfully, there are always fresh souls arriving on the stagecoach, seeking both adventure and fame in the shadow of the dimmest dungeon. All right, week 166. So I believe we would not have succeeded in, is it Stygian mode or Blood Moon or whatever it's called now. Then again, I probably wouldn't have digressed on...
Do not consider my continued commentary disingenuous. Each victory out here in the world brings you closer to the heart of things once more.
Sorry. I've been all right. I mean, work is a drag, and it has been for a while, but I try not to dwell too much on that. Particularly because, I don't know, like, it doesn't serve me. If I can occupy myself with things that interest me, if I can do things that I think are worth... By the way, you're still alive. We haven't taken you into the darkest dungeon as is indicated by the torch, but you are a survivor. But yeah, one of the things that happened actually out of things being a really big problem at work, and particularly some of the COVID problems, was I actually wound up reaching out to some game developers who gave me some data. And so this is one of the things that I've learned and tried to be, I've tried to sort of take to heart, is that, work doesn't have to suck, but there is sort of an expectation that it's going to suck. Obviously, they need to compensate me to show up. And definitely my own workplace has made some very specific decisions that make it not as desirable to be at as it could be. And I'm sort of past the point where this should be a surprise. So knowing what it is, I essentially just kind of need to have my red lines in terms of what sort of nonsense I'm willing to tolerate for the compensation that I receive, and use that to either put a parameter in terms of the free time I have available to pursue other things. Because my reaction for that game data was, Olaf, great to see you. My apologies for the later start. It's later than I was planning, but I don't think it's quite as late as last time. So the funny thing is, I loved your misery gif. I will answer your question, Frankenvinder. So the funny thing, each time I've gone for a walk, it's to get coffee. So I realize it's sort of a mixed start. I think your preference would be if I just get coffee earlier and start stream on time. But every time I have started later, I've had tea. Sometimes I've finished my coffee before, or mostly finished my coffee before I've started streaming. So it's, I'll sometimes have both, but it's always been in the service of your favorite beverage. And actually Dr. Frankenvinder's, but I know Dr. Frankenvinder would expect a particular brew. But yeah, no, so the thing on it was realizing, I'm not going to get the satisfaction I wanted from this job. I mean, if I could do it all over again, I just would not have pursued this particular job, full stop. And when, I'd taken certain people at their word on things, I would have demanded it either be in writing or for the action to be taken, not promised. But I can't go back in time. But what I can do is say, okay, so if I'm not going to get the satisfaction from this, where else am I going to get it? And that was ultimately what caused me to, that caused me to sort of reach out to these developers and do these interesting projects. And in fact, there's more that I can do on it. So I would like to sort of jump back in and, and take another crack at things now that I'm a little bit more familiar with, particularly working with Steam data, but not exclusively that. So that's just a really long way of saying, it's ups and downs. The things that are a bit of a drag are things that I don't think are catastrophic by most measures. and I'm doing my best to get a handle on them and to try and turn them into something positive, or at the very least to do something to offset it. And in another sense, there are some things that are decent. But the one thing I really wanted to cover was when you said you'll renew your subscription soon, times have been dreary. So I actually did my taxes at lunch this weekend. And the thing is that, okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about Twitch finances, but I'm going to start this off by saying every single bit of this is going to be discouraging Frankenvinder and anybody who feels like Frankenvinder from subscribing. And in fact, I'll include Olaf in that, but Olaf already has a subscription, so... When Twitch introduced affiliate status and subscriptions and bits, my revenues from streaming dropped considerably. And I do occasionally keep track of this stuff, one, for taxes, but number two, just because I'm sort of very numbers driven. And the biggest reason for this was when it was donation based, people assigned a particular... I don't know why people sub to me. I'm grateful for it. And it's why I paid Sin for the emotes, so I can at least sort of reward people for it. But like, honestly, this is free stuff, right? You can watch and you can enjoy the stream without paying. And I really do encourage people to do stuff like get ad blockers and do everything that they can to enjoy the stream without too many interruptions. Because one of the things that I am a little salty with Twitch about is that people assigned a particular value to this stream which was more than just $5. The average donation was quite a bit higher than that. And so, I would look at my PayPal numbers and then I would look at what is coming from Twitch, and it's not even close. And obviously Twitch is happy with this because as far as they're concerned, they got $0 from, donations, but they get 50% from the subscriptions. So as a business model, it worked. It did not work in my favor because essentially Twitch spends potentially millions of dollars to convince people that every broadcast is worth $5. Whereas, through mostly just kind of the ebb and flow of the real world, but even, a little bit of nudging, which I can go into that another time, because like the thing is I don't really treat this a lot like a business. I do for tax purposes, but like I definitely do not consider this in the light of what generates the most revenue. But like the thing is that when they introduced the affiliate program, effectively every stream that sort of positioned itself as like a premium thing or had sort of relied on donations or what have you, effectively had a very large entity kind of come in and revalue it. And that that created a certain pressure. I mean, there was, from the donations, like that was one of the things way back in grad school that caused me to sort of upgrade my internet. I built a PC off of donations, actually. It's largely the same PC that I built, so it's definitely an older one now. The only thing that's really been replaced is the video card because that broke. And I added a little bit more RAM for it, but honestly I added the RAM because of my data stuff. I'm clearly not at a point now where I'm building a new PC based off of what's coming in on the stream. And I mean, that was probably a bit of an aberration as well. There's a lot of other things that have changed with the broadcast over time. So all of this is to say is that, the money that I had made previously was not an infinite amount, but I do still have like a better internet package than what I normally would do specifically to facilitate the broadcasting. And then on the other hand, I have the YouTube channel, which is large enough now that it does actually bring in a little bit of revenue each year. And basically the world changes. So the reason why I'm talking about all of this stuff is that I do not want to be disingenuous and say, I don't care about money. I actually really do appreciate it when people sub or donate or do something to financially support the channel. Because like when I do keep track of that stuff, like not every year is in the black. It's not like a lot of money that I'm going out. Like I've got a full-time job. I'm not like destitute by any stretch of the imagination. But it is kind of nice to be able to say on streaming, it's like, okay, you know, the only thing I'm really giving up is time, and I'm giving that up to hang out with a lot of people. So with that in mind, like it's actually something that really helps me out when people do that. But the really big influence, like the really big thing about everything that I had just said there is that if I were to get nothing from streaming, if there were to be no subs, no donations, you know, everybody just quits and they watch for free, I'll be fine. And the one thing that I really want to emphasize is that it should always be a I want to go that extra mile thing. I think to me the role of the sub is, you know, it's a little bit like kind of how, actually I think this is a better way than what Paradox does with their DLC. Like with the Paradox game, you get a bunch of updates. If you like the base game, you kind of, that'll continue to be updated. In this, you don't really have locked away features with the subscription. Essentially what it is, it's a chance to sort of, you know, help make me whole on some of the stuff that I'm putting in. And what it basically does is that it's sort of, everybody sort of benefits from those for which it's not one of those things that's on the margin, right? Like, I kind of feel like if you were walking down the street and you saw like a coffee shop and you wouldn't really think twice about getting a coffee, then okay, like that's a decent enough place to like go and do a sub, I figure, right? There's a lot of people who watch the channel who aren't in that spot, where like you'd kind of like weigh it out, or maybe you check your bank statement on, you know, on getting a coffee. And like, I know what that's like I've been there. And it can really suck, especially when like there's a big sub trend. I'm actually going to talk a little bit about something that Twitch is unlocking. So I'm sorry that we're not doing Darkest Dungeon right at the start, but I kind of wanted to give a full treatment of it, because I'm not entirely sure that Twitch has the healthiest way of making people think about the value of streams and like and subbing and things like that. You know, particularly when there's things like hype trains going on, or you know, like the appreciation. Like I never want to take subs for granted, and I don't, you know, whether that's a gifted sub, whether that's a prime, or a or a full on donation. Anything that comes in is helpful, and I'm really grateful for it. But particularly because Twitch really does sort of seem to be angling towards like giving a certain degree of prestige and value, and especially when you hear some streamers who are like getting cranky about like not talking in their channel or not subbing or whatever. Like, that really sucks, especially if it is actually a meaningful purchase for you, right? Like, obviously, pay yourself first, and whether that's in the form of coffee or, a little bit of peace of mind in the bank or anything along those lines. All of those things I think are really important, because in the end, like, a few hours distraction on Twitch is really nothing compared to just having sort of the peace of mind that comes from some financial stability. And so that's also, certain decisions in terms of the channel as well, like making it so that you can, that's a default option on Twitch. It's actually one of the things I rather like about Twitch with the channel points, is that you can participate with the emotes through bits. So if you're somebody who watches the channel quite a bit, you're able to play around with the emotes, and I like that. I should come up with some other bits rewards, but or not bits, whatever, the channel points rather. But I'm lazy, so it's hard. It's hard sometimes. But I don't know. Like, I wanted to take a little bit of time talking about that, because I just really need to stress, like, one of the things that makes me the happiest is to actually see familiar faces come by. you know, even if it's somebody who used to watch the channel way back when I first started, thank you, Olaf. You know, somebody who first started, and, you know, maybe they didn't like me. You know, maybe they felt I'd offended them at some point, or if I had, or they just got bored. Like, there's people I used to watch when I first came on Twitch that I don't watch anymore. It's not as entertaining for me anymore. Like, you know, it's been a few years that I've been on Twitch now, and like, people change, tastes change. So, you know, even if it was somebody who just didn't like the channel and then they come back, those kind of names always make me happy to see. And so being able to see, you know, Dr. Frankenvinder, Olaf, Ed Baver, you know, all of these people are, you know, these are names that I'm familiar with. Sometimes I know them as different, I know them as different names. And of course, some people prefer lurking. But that's like, in terms of the stuff that kind of gives me the energy to keep going, it's actually being present and knowing that, you know, you cared enough to stop by. And sometimes that doesn't, you know, sometimes people prefer lurking, and so I don't always get to see that. But that's really one of the best things that can happen with the stream, because in the end, it sort of reminds me that I'm not wasting my time doing this. And that's kind of why I wanted to focus on the implicit promise of a sub. Like, if any of you were to never sub again, or never sub for the first time, that's not a huge deal. Again, it's not that I'm indifferent to it. I don't think anybody can say that I don't care about money, but I'm not like, I'm not gonna be like changing the way that I stream based off of that. You know, the one thing I kind of wanted to just highlight was that it's actually the presence, and particularly the fact that there's a lot of names that I can sort of remember, except for the ones who've, you know, shifted their names around. Those definitely mean a lot. The other reason why I wanted to say this was actually I got an email from Twitch sometime back, and Twitch has some really questionable ways that it unlocks certain features. So they're apparently changing the hype train, and actually let me find that email. This came out on Tuesday. So when you're streaming and you see that hype train pop up, it's a beautiful thing. It means you're killing it, your community is loving it, and they're showing you the love. In that spirit, we're creating a hyped up hype train called Boost Train. It's a new hype train reward that boosts your channel by promoting your stream in highly visible places on Twitch. The experiment will select a random group of smaller streamers. If you're selected, the boost reward may appear once your community kicks off a hype train. This is a new feature, and by using it, you'll play an important part in helping streamers grow. Now, here's the thing, right? They don't say you're part of this experimental group. I mean, and I can see why they would do that. Like, in terms of testing, like, I can sort of see why they would do this. But then there's also the simple idea of just doing that test and not telling anyone. Essentially, what they're doing is putting out an email like that, and sort of expecting all of the smaller streamers to hope that they've got the golden ticket, you know, that they're in the treatment group, and to sort of harangue the rest of you to cause those hype trains, because for a little while the algorithm's gonna boost the channel. Now, what interests me here is that it's the possibility there might be something implicit in that, in terms of Twitch saying is like, we're actually not doing a very good job of you know, channel discovery, and so we're basically going to make it so that if you make us enough money, if you get enough people subbing to you, then we're gonna give you a priority spot for a little while. And I'm like, well, I guess that's. I kind of wish you were a little more subtle about that, but I guess you're running a business here. But that's oh, interesting. I didn't know exactly how it worked. But yeah, like this is the sort of stuff I don't like, right? Like even so, number one, I'd actually kind of prefer not knowing that this exists. Because it seems to me like I don't like the incentive of me like trying to like harass you into, you know, into Twitch specific upgrades or like actions, let's say. You know, you all kind of came here. I mean, I'm sort of failing at this now because I'm spending so much time talking about Twitch rather than Darkest Dungeon. But like, you're here to see a show, you know. And I realize that like the rants are part of it, but normally the rants are sort of like interleaved with bits of gameplay. And there's just something about like, especially because there's already like the pre-roll ads and, you know, things like that, like just giving streamers on the margin another reason to like kind of bug you for money, particularly at a time when there's already a lot of asks for money, right? Whether it's you know, donations to Ukraine or you know, any other ones, or any other, I mean, there's always another charitable cause going on, right? And you know, and then there'll be certain degrees of like guilt trips and all of that people will do. And I don't know, like that doesn't really sit right with me. And so it's a really, really long answer, and I realize it was just kind of an off the cuff answer, or off the cuff statement. But I just really, really want to stress, like, I never keep track of who is subbed and who isn't. I don't keep track of who was subbed and unsubbed, like who is a previous sub. I do like marking the number of months subbed because Twitch tells me that, and I think it's nice to recognize the duration. And I should probably get some icons to sort of celebrate long service, because, you know, again, it's nice to sort of be able to boast that, you know, you're an old timer and stuff like that. But I do, you know, again, just because, like, to me that original impulse in Twitch was people just purely voluntarily giving as a donation, and that led to something that, number one, was better for the channel overall, just financially, but also two, didn't participate in Twitch's little ecosystem of like them telling us what we should value. I just really want to try and take the time of saying, you know, I don't think we necessarily need to play by those rules, while also fully acknowledging that, again, I really do like it when people sub. I appreciate it, and I don't want to like go on the other side and say like nobody sub. Like, it does help. Just, you know, I don't ever want that to be something that people feel like they need to do or feel like they need to explain why they did or didn't. You know, I absolutely know what it's like. And to be completely honest with you, I know what it's like to just be subbed to a lot and feeling really bad about people that you like watching and, you know, knowing you can't afford all of it. So, like, if you're feeling that, like, there is no hard feelings if you say, like, I cannot afford all of these other channels and I gotta cut some of them. Like, please don't ever feel bad about that. I will be fine. I don't make a living doing this. So anyways, I'm really sorry for how long that was. I just really want to stress, like, I'm super grateful for the subscriptions. I'm super grateful for the thought. I just really do not want people to ever feel like they need to explain what their subscription is on its own. It's the presence actually that means the most to me. Asha, you deserve my subscription. You know me, usually just lurk and refill the coffee machine. You're even working on a new product for the counter aside from that's great. And yeah, I'm sorry, Frank Vendor. I don't think you said that so that you could like be ranted at for a little while, but I've actually I had been meaning to talk about the Twitch thing. I'd been meaning to talk about the Twitch thing for a bit. And I don't know. I think it's just nice to have a little bit of a mental cleanse to just sort of say, like, you know, appreciating people for being here it's like not just a nice thing to say. It's an important, like, buying and supporting stuff. And again, I also think Twitch deserves some money, right? Like, they are providing a service. But I really just want to make sure that we never fall into that trap of believing that Twitch's way of valuing content is the only way, right? They are part of this transaction, but in the end, they're providing a website and servers and like an algorithm to find stuff. But it's kind of up to me to create an environment where you feel like that's something you want to give up. But I have been talking for half an hour, so I apologize for that. Olaf, I was actually going to ask you a question. So because you have sort of gotten the short end of the stick a little bit, I was debating on doing a data thing. So I think I can go to just chatting and I can do this data thing for a little bit, and we can just make this a fun little, you know, hey, we're going to do something off the beaten path, and then we're going to load up our crew. Or we can just do only Darkest Dungeon, or we can do a little Darkest Dungeon and make that an intermission. And because I'm specifically asking you, Olaf, one is, it's just partly because I think we talked about like doing programming stuff on stream before, but there is also the acceptable answer of, I do not want to be responsible for chat being, you know, happy or disappointed with your choice. It's your stream, just choose. And that's fine too. But too dead to stream tonight, so hosting you. Oh, thank you very much, Siberiosity. And actually, I get the chance to do this so rarely. I apologize for if you hosted me already. I apologize for not for no alert. I don't know why that didn't blink, but I hope you feel better soon. I definitely know what it's like to, you know, to not want to stream the way that you're. Yeah, mine, they seem to work well enough for, I always thought they worked well for hosts instead of raids, but anyways, neither here nor there. I'm gonna prep. Okay, so while I get it. I mean, again, I've been keeping track of my sleeping habits this week. I think it's, again, about a 5 or 6 hour average for sleeping, so not a great track record. I need to get back on top of that. It's the end of the fiscal year though, so definitely works pushing hard. Okay, so there's a couple things that I think I can do. One, I can try and recover some of my artifacts from the Shrieker. Now, doing that doesn't necessarily mean happy either way. I think an intermission might be good in case there's a nice, cruel dungeon run. That's a good point, actually. Okay, so we will do some gameplay first. So I was thinking a little bit about a crew that I want to run for the Darkest Dungeon. Having something that can attack all positions is definitely one that's important for me. So I was also thinking a little bit of sustainability because we got hit a lot with stress. Now, it might be that if we just kill some of the reflections quickly, we may be able to get through that. But I was thinking one thing we might be able to try would be a Vestal Jester. I forget what I was going to do for position 2. Maybe Highwayman, Hellion, Flagellant, or Shieldbreaker. Actually, you know what? Let me write this down because I'm going to forget otherwise. So the thing that worries me a little bit is that Vestal Jester feels a bit passive. But the Jester can inflict some bleed, so I might be able to compensate that way. Should allow for a Crusader as well to get Olaf in the crew. Houndmaster. But is Houndmaster a good position too? I don't think they are. Well, I mean... Maybe. And I mean, you could maybe make an argument on the... oh, you know what? Bounty Hunter. I didn't see what the final bosses... I don't believe the Jester can swap skills during the final dungeon fight because I think it's one continuous fight. So you have to pick what you're bringing in off the top. Okay. So let me just... I don't think I have any of those up to level 6. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're totally out of Jesters. Okay. So yeah, I think actually we've got a bit of building ahead of us, if I'm completely honest. Let's get some people... Let's try and get as many people up to level 5 as we can, I think. Because what that's going to do is that's going to let me trade out some of these level 0s for level 3s. So Blangy's in... Oh. Yeah, this is a level 5, so... can bring in Olaf... The second, I don't believe I can bring 2 flagellants. Not normally the position 3 I'd bring, but... Okay, and this is a... Yeah, I think I prefer the skirm... Well, I'd prefer the longer encounter if I could, but... There we go. Now, I guess one thing I should say, too, is that, like, just because I'm looking to level people up to level 6, that doesn't actually mean that... that doesn't actually mean that... you know what? This is a waste of money. This is always what I want on a flagellant. This doesn't mean that everyone's like immortal. Like I can still lose people on the way up. But obviously, I'm hoping that we don't we don't lose anyone. Okay. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do here is, where I can, I'm going to level people up to level 5 so that we can recover some artifacts from the Horrid Shrieker. And then as we start filling in the numbers, like basically I want to get to that Vestal Jester, Flagellant, and then one of the like the sort of secondary groups. Like right now we don't have any Jesters. So I'm not going to be able to do that final run, and that's why I'm okay sort of leveling up a few people who I'm not necessarily going to bring on that run. So, like, I'm kind of... I guess what I'm trying to say here is I'm kind of putting progress in the game on hold, but we're doing it to build towards 2 things. Attacks on the Horrid Shrieker to get our gear back, attacks on the courtyard to get other gear, and then maybe every once in a while we'll visit the farmstead, but we've always had that option, so not fully outfitted with trinkets. Alright, well. Olaf will get Holy Orders and the Defender's Seal. How'd you end up losing your gear? Well, I mean, we died to the final boss of the Darkest Dungeon. And then, you know, like, just the way we usually lose gear, just death is basically what it comes down to. So I'm just going to have a bite of some dinner. Does the occultist even have stun skills? Sorry, I ordered some books. I just saw an email. I want to make sure that it's not... And we couldn't fulfill your order. Okay, thank you. Yes, I do know I ordered these books. Sorry, this is not the clearest email. Okay, I think I'm fine. Oh, okay, no, I get it. Apparently it's being split up in more than one package. The only thing I could think of differently would be if I could get some kind of like healing bonus. This might be nice, but the extra stress is maybe not where I want. I'm putting a little too much thought into this, to be honest, because, well, actually, Junius had Eh. Wait, this is a short. I mean, it's not like I need to save money, but let's not go nuts. Okay, it's like 45 minutes in and we're actually finally starting a run. Sorry.
Corruption has soaked the soil, sapping all good life from these groves. Let us burn out this evil. A handsome reward for a task well performed.
I really should have just eaten before I started streaming. Sorry. Okay. So, you'll notice I don't really worry that much about hidden creatures still, and this is mostly just because there's people in the back rows where too much in thought do not go well into a single sentence. There's a streamer who often goes 2 hours before any gameplay happens. I'm like, I know my tendencies. I don't mind that I get chatty. I just sometimes wish I was a little bit better at keeping it like focused on a particular point. Have you read my blog? Wow. I really should have checked my skills here. I think it's also just too like I don't obsess over becoming a large streamer, and I would probably be living a very unhappy existence if that was my requirement. But it's not something I'm indifferent about, let's say, and I think there is a kind of a reasonable claim to be made that being a little more conscious of an audience and what what they need, what they expect, is sort of a path towards that, right? So, like, that doesn't mean... Back when Paradox was sort of giving me a key to stuff that hadn't been released, it would be very common to hear from people like, stop talking, we just want to see the game. And like, I don't see a lot of value in changing around the broadcast for that, because those people are going to be gone as soon as the game releases. So, why would I change the experience when, from what people have come to expect, when I know that they're, like, the people who are complaining are not going to be around. But you can kind of see how that quickly turns into, I don't care what people think, I'm just going to do my own thing no matter what.
Success so clearly in view.
And that's not necessarily a good attitude either.
Of the light.
So, yeah, as far as I can, like, it's nice to be just a little conscious about how you're coming across and whether or not you're spending the time as effectively as you can. I might do this, but let's wait till the end of the... Let's wait till the end of the encounter, the dungeon, before we test our luck. I guess there's no like extra resolve XP for doing that. So now I think the Tenacious Crone might actually be able to hurt us. So. Or might be able to target us, so I'm actually going to take the fungal battery and pull it forward, especially because I forgot to bring this character up. I am going to put the hurt on the Crone if I can, but either this thing's going to try and push away to escape, or we'll kill it ahead of time. And I'm this annoyed by that I'm actually going to try and go for the full kill. Close, but no cigar.
advantage. Give them no quarter.
I did prioritize the highwayman for ranged attacks, but obviously with 50 prot, the bleed is a little bit better. Damage longer, 4 more damage on the or on the blight, so I think we'll work with what we've been given.
Her death by inches.
And I'm going to use the occultist to heal up this round. Good heal.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Wow, that was all, huh? Well, we're definitely going to continue adventuring. If nothing else, we can just get more booty. No keys, huh?
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
So the reason I'm still pursuing this is just so just so I can get more goodies. We're still working on the red hook, so I don't have too much of a problem going for some greedy acquisitions.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home. A fortune, waiting to be spent.
I don't think we're gonna need all this food, so let's eat up. And then we'll ditch the medicinal herbs. I do want to make sure that I keep the shovel because it is possible for blockages to come up behind us. Right. Focusing on the ectoplasms, the right call. Even if it means doing something ridiculous like blighting a... Oh god, I really need to remember to change this guy's skills.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Sacre bleu! I believe they get experience for doing a dungeon and that's it. I think if you take on more or less enemies, I think you still get the same amount of experience. I'll be honest, I've never 100% understood how the XP system works in this game, but it definitely feels like there's no bonus for doing more fighting, which I definitely think is interesting, right? Like, most RPGs will sort of reward you for being a complete psycho and just, like, fighting as much as you possibly can. Whereas this game, you know, there's some events that will give you more XP, but I think it depends on the difficulty level and the... I think it's the difficulty level and the... what is it? The length that will decide how much XP you get. I'm sure somebody more experienced in the game can shed a little more light on it, but
continually.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to suggest that it is a conventional RPG so much as I'm just sort of highlighting how, like, I don't take it for granted that maybe I
But a
didn't
victory nonetheless.
I didn't articulate it very well. I think what I'm trying to say by that is that because the game to me at least, pretty obviously has its focus in other places. I think that is also one reason why the experience system is different. I mean, it could also just be
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
it could also be that, they just thought it worked better for balance. But I believe it comes down to how many rooms you explore and curio interactions. That's interesting. I mean, I suppose we can test that now. I think I'll start writing down the various interactions that I do. So yeah, I'm gonna throw a torch into the whatchamacallit. I'm also going to take a second to have a bite of dinner and a sip of coffee. Probably more than a sip of coffee. I might even do a gulp. Well, what I would test would be so if there's variation between the runs and the XP is the same, that tells me that it doesn't matter how many interactions there are. If there's variation, then what I would have to do then is just kind of keep some sort of an estimate about my interactions. But in terms of asking the question as to whether or not it's uniform through all the dungeons or not, it's actually pretty easy. You just keep track of 2 sufficiently different dungeons, and you see whether or not you have the difference.
The star spawned horror.
Son of...
A decisive pummeling.
Attaboy, all off.
Exposed to a killing blow.
Oh god, I can't remember what these things do. Well, I mean, this is going to be one of the outcomes that I write down, right? Because if it doesn't give any different XP from if it doesn't give any different XP from just any other small dungeon, that's useful information, right?
A powerful blow. The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Okay. It's Probably better that I just focus on the grotesque shambler at this point. I mean, it's not that tough. It's obviously one that I didn't want to volunteer into at the start of the dungeon, but I don't think I'm doing too poorly.
The ground quakes.
Okay, so this thing's dead next turn.
Dazed. Reeling.
Hey, thank you. gave me the order that I wanted. All right, I'll offer this blog.
How quickly the tide turns.
Okay, now I'm worried.
Reeling. Gasping. Taken over the edge into madness.
So again, this thing's gonna die the first turn it moves. Yes, he's actually on Twitter, Wayne June. So funny. I mean, this is an old story now, but the funny story behind this playthrough, I wanted to go back to Darkest Dungeon for a while for a lot of reasons, but it actually took.
The space between worlds.
Okay, so these
No
things do need
place
to.
for mortal men.
So we've got a pretty high death blow resist, but I
Terrible
want
vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
to be careful. But yeah, he had posted a, I'm trying to remember exactly, what?
A life wasted in the pursuit of glory and gold.
Ah, what a waste.
Precision
That was my highest level flagellant lost for a completely
This
optional fight.
expedition promises success.
What a disgrace. Well, that's the game, right? That is a shame that happened, obviously, but I only have myself to blame. But yeah, so I'm trying to remember what he had. Let me see if I can find that tweet. Well, that's interesting. I think I actually... okay, so how many of you know the Orson Welles Frozen Peas outtakes? If you haven't, this is something pretty wonderful.
The agents of pestilence will yet be driven from our woods.
Okay, yeah, so... This is back on March 8th, 2019. So, this is like 3 years ago when I started this playthrough, apparently. So, I think I'd said something to the effect of like, yeah, you know, H.P. Lovecraft is cool and all, but what I really want to hear is a Wayne June recording of the Orson Welles Frozen Peas outtakes. And he replied, it says, LOL, I love some of his comments, quote, unrewarding, ha ha ha. Here's a great one from Shatner, torturing a tech who tried to direct him. Classic. Oh, I'll play it. I don't know if this is like a, I don't think it's a, I think this is about as close as I can get to something that I don't know I don't explicitly own the rights for, but I don't know if anybody has the rights to this. But yeah, so like it's such a dumb reason, right? But like because that reply came out of nowhere and the Shatner recording was really funny. I was like, okay, you know what? Tonight's Darkest Dungeon night, and obviously I had like a really long break between starting this and coming back to it. But this is just one of these examples where, you know, if you have a team that's active on social media, you know, on the margin it means more people cover. So one interesting thing here, Olaf got 12 XP. So I'm curious about the variation there. So I'm going to take a quick look at Olaf's skills, but I'm going to...
Even these dirt-covered dullards have their uses. Put them to work.
Historically, seasonal laborers have been loath to make a journey out along the old road, but harsh economic conditions have driven them to desperation. So as wonderful as the music is, I'm actually just going to mute this for a little bit, and I'm going to try and find the... So for those of you who haven't heard this is about 4 minutes, I think. And so for those of you who don't know who Orson Welles is, he is definitely a very talented filmmaker. He worked in radio before that, probably very well known for his adaptation of The War of the Worlds through the Mercury Theater. Also, he worked on stage. He was a magician. And he is quite well known for being the director of Citizen Kane, although I would argue that probably some of his later films were actually better. But like I'm trying not to sound too contrarian just for the sake of, you know, being it, but like Touch of Evil is quite good. But one of the things about Welles was that he wasn't always in the best financial straits. He actually found it quite difficult to finance a lot of his movies, and apparently he would often clash with with studios over things like that they wanted him to make, or directions that they would go on his projects that he didn't necessarily want. So there's sort of the reputation for being difficult to work with, in addition to maybe taking on subjects that aren't as easy to get financing. And Welles is by no means the only filmmaker to run into this problem. I mean, obviously, I think games to a certain extent run into this, which is that there is a certain amount of money required to do these kinds of projects. And so, you cannot just simply ignore, I think this is true for any kind of creation, really, but you just simply cannot ignore the audience. But obviously, you're not going to make anything interesting if you just pander to an audience as well. You sort of want to have something that's familiar enough to people that they're willing to give it a try, but you want to be moving things forward. And you also want to be moving people, because let's face it, you're on this planet for a limited period of time. And, why waste the time doing somebody else's work when you could be doing something that speaks a little more closely to you. So, all of this is to say is that Wells would often find himself in a situation where he would be doing various kinds of commercials. There's actually a video of him doing these Paul Masson wine ads, and like his view was that basically there's like these mid low level products that sort of bring him on for advertising to try and add a little class. But he for that wine commercial, he is very obviously very drunk. But I think the last performance is actually in the Transformers movie, which apparently he absolutely despised it. But he's got this, very deep, distinct voice. Certainly, a very good actor, very good at his delivery, but very, very unhappy with some of the work that he's being given. So, this is Orson Welles recording the voiceover for a series of commercials, because he's trying to make some money.
We know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. You really mean that?
Yeah, so in other words, I'd start half a second late.
Don't you think you really want to say July over the snow? Isn't that the fun of it?
If you can make it almost when that shot disappears, it'll make my...
I think it's so nice that you see a snow-covered field and say every July peas grow there. We know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. We aren't even in the fields, you see. We're talking about them growing, and she's picked them. Yeah. What?
In July.
I don't understand you, then. What must be over for July?
When we get out of that snowy field.
When I was out, we were onto a can of peas, a big dish of peas, when I said in July.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, always. I'm always past that.
You are?
Yes. Well, that's about where I say in July.
Do you emphasize a bit in July?
Why? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry. There's no known way of saying an English sentence in which you begin a sentence with in and emphasize it. Get me a jury and show me how you can say in July, and I'll go down on you. That's just idiotic, if you'll forgive me by saying that. That's just stupid. In July. I'd love to know how you emphasize in and in July. Impossible. Meaningless.
I think all they were thinking about was that they didn't want to.
He isn't thinking.
Listen, can we just do one last...
Yeah?
And it was my fault. I said in July. If you can leave every July.
You didn't say it. He said it. Your friend. Every July? No, you don't really mean every July. But that's bad copy. It's in July. Of course it's every July. Too much directing around here. Norway. Fish fingers, Findus, Norway. We know a certain fjord in Norway, near where the cod gather in great shoals. There, Jan Stangelands.
A fraction more on that shows thing, because you roll it around very nicely.
Yeah, roll it around and I have no more time. You don't know what I'm up against. Because it's full of things that are only correct because they're grammatical, but they're tough on the ear. You see, this is a very wearying one. It's unpleasant to read. Unrewarding. Because Findus freeze the cod at sea and then add a crumb crisp coating. That's tough, crumb crisp coating. I think, no, because of the way it's written, you need to break it up, because it's not as conversationally written. What?
Take crumb out.
Take crumb out. Good. Here under protest is beef burgers. We know a little place in the American far west where Charlie Briggs chops up the finest prairie-fed beef and tastes... This is a lot of shit, you know that. You want one more? More on what, beef?
You missed the first beef, actually, completely.
When you missed it.
You're emphasizing prairie-fed.
But you can't emphasize beef. That's like his wanting me to emphasize in before July. Come on, fellas, you're losing your heads. I wouldn't direct any living actor like this in Shakespeare when you do this. It's impossible.
Orson, you did 6 last year, and by far and away the best, and I know the reason.
The right reading for this is the one I'm giving it.
At the moment.
I spent 20 times more for you people than any other commercial I've ever made. There was such test. Now, what is it you want?
No, I think
In your depths of your ignorance, what is it you want? Whatever it is you want, I can't deliver because I just don't see it.
that's absolutely fine. It'll work.
No money is worth it.
So I don't know how funny that was for the rest of you, but every once
more important than the simple.
every once in a while I like breaking that out for people who haven't heard it. Apparently this is referenced in some other other media, but I don't know. I just really like hearing a cranky Orson Welles berate the technicians. And I got to dance around a little bit with my with my roster. So, I'm a little worried about healing. I don't know what fresh air in the tunnels is, but let's go for that. I guess the Warrens is slightly better because of my bleed. May it serve it better than the last owner. Could not understand too much of that, sadly. Okay, yeah, sorry. I hope that wasn't true for everyone, because otherwise I just basically wasted everyone's time. It's definitely not the easiest, that's not the cleanest recording. I've actually never really heard a better one, personally, but... yeah, sorry about that. Honestly, I don't really know what I want for my Houndmaster. Okay, so the Hound counts as a ranged weapon. Good to know. So you, you apply the Fuseman's matchstick to the Hound, and oh man, I was not expecting to equip the Houndmaster with this, but here we are. All right. Swine are resilient to disease thanks to their unclean living. Oh, actually, I probably could have raised the volume on that too. My
The
apologies.
swine draw power from their horrid markings and crude idols. Tear them down.
Okay, so I normally wouldn't have gone this way, but there is the secret door, so we are gonna check this out. So I am curious to see. I'm gonna put Olaf. Okay, actually, I should have put. Let's get. Oh. I'm gonna get the Flagellant to open all of the curios, because the fact that Olaf got the extra XP makes me feel like Dr. Frankenvinder's comment about. So I'm pretty sure that was Frankenvinder. About the curio interactions. That makes me think that that might be some evidence of that. Okay, so we've got 2 blockages, but it would seem to me that we don't have quest objects in either of these, so going down and then to the right would probably be the best option. Tipla. Ah, fair enough. Okay, inflicting blight is probably not going to happen, but we can definitely go through the armor. Beautiful.
Obliterated. Decimated.
Oh, I gotta change those skills.
Confidence
Pretty good
surges
turn.
as the enemy crumbles.
There we go. Priority to the cultist enchantress because of the torch as well as the sanity damage.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Getting pretty lucky on most of the rolls here. In this case, I think we'll go for the heal.
Improvement.
You can tell I'm a little more cautious with the flagellant now.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter. A trifling victory, but a victory.
All right, so I'm just gonna
nonetheless.
kick stuff out of the pack for. Oh, I wonder. Nope, I have to interact. So basically, just kicking the stuff that's low value. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll be good. The shrine has been decimated. Doesn't look like it's been decimated. So I want to keep an eye out for curios moving forward. Okay, again, Swine Marcher is the one that's potentially gonna do our heads in.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
And we just slowly work on the large corpse eater for the rest of the fight. Well, the more they do that to
Masterfully
flagellant.
executed.
The sooner I can get another heal in.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
I really should consider a Houndmaster for the
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
final fight. Okay, bit of good news. We'll probably be able to take out the Enchantress before. I've played a little of Darkest Dungeon 2. Probably not enough to give anything approximating a coherent thought on it. I actually quite like how different it is from the main game, but it is something that I will confess I'm trying to get a little used to. I have a bad habit, so I'm happy that they didn't just do Darkest Dungeon but in 3D. I'm happy that they sort of had the conviction in their ability to do something sort of new and interesting to to make it its own thing. Because the thing is, I don't actually think too many people would have complained if it was just, again, Darkest Dungeon but 3D. But I do recognize in myself a strong tendency, to get set in my ways. So, when I play Cultist Simulator, I'll still do stuff which only really makes sense in some of the old betas. And so, the fact that Darkest Dungeon 2 doesn't have, a Hamlet, right? So, to me, I played Darkest Dungeon a little bit like XCOM.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
The individual soldiers don't necessarily matter. All that matters is your overall progress towards the goal. And, there is that permanence in the sense of, the progress that you make level over level. But it is a very different way about thinking about this game that I haven't, fully got on board with yet. And so, I'm definitely finding some of the fights very difficult. But again, I think it's because I'm taking on fights that I'm not necessarily supposed to at that point in the game. But yeah, overall, I'm actually really interested in some of the choices that they made, and I actually quite like the game. But I am also still kind of finding my sea legs on it. So I actually really should get back to it, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to say I need to be playing Darkest Dungeon 2 when I have not yet beaten the main game. I no promises on when I'll do it, but I am interested in doing it on stream if you're curious about that. Hard to say that I need this Onyx. What would I give up for it? Maybe the campfire.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
These guys are always a pain. So I gotta have two public enemies. Let's get the Hound's Rush on the Cultist. Let's just see where we're at. Okay, so I do need another hit. I could try the stun, but it's a 95% resist. It's a little hard to justify. Every bit of bleed that I can bring on helps. This, of course, goes through armor. Now, Olaf's going to take on the Cultist Gladiator because there's no protection. That's not good. And that plan about taking on the Gladiator, that's not happening. Oh, come on! Push the wrong button. Sorry, what do you mean by the run system? Like, are you talking about the idea that like you're like for the most of the time you're gonna fail and you're just kind of going on the next like kind of a succession of journeys after failures? Is that what you mean by the run system? So I'm not quite sure how to articulate it, but
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end. Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
so I'm gonna go far right here just because if it's just a room battle, well, yeah, I could be making some bad assumptions here.
The light, the promise of safety.
No scouting.
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood.
Yeah. So that's the one thing that's definitely required the biggest shift in my thinking of the game. But I don't have a strong view. Interesting. Okay. So these shrines could be anywhere. Ooh.
A powerful blow. A devastating blow.
Everything I'm throwing Olaf at is like completely inappropriate. Like everything's got protection, everything's kind of high stun resist. I'd say Olaf is performing despite despite my leadership.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue. These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Nothing but rotting bodies. The hero reads a most unsettling passage. Yeah, I'm kind of regretting passing by all these empty rooms now. I kind of thought that it would have a marker if there was a shrine sitting there, but clearly that's not the case. Throw them on the cart, you could always use them.
Be gone, fiend.
Okay, I'm done eating, so I can be a little more engaged. Although I will confess, I am actually feeling a little woozy. I think it's just the week, but I'm gonna try and first of all try and drink the coffee as fast as I can to give myself a little pep. But I'm also gonna try and like go the distance on the stream. Honestly, there isn't too much to say about these because I've been we've done these kinds of fights before. We're really just trying to push the resolve XP for my people up until I have a kind of a group I'm happy with. One of the things I want to work on is getting a level 6 flagellant, so that's why I've been focusing on some of my higher level
Or is it merely a trick of
higher
the
level
mind?
characters. But we are going to need to level up a we're going to need to level up a Jester. I'm just kind of hoping that we might get a chance to bring in a level 3 Jester. Alright. If we starve to death.
A fortune, waiting to be spent.
This game. Suppose just as well I didn't get rid of the shovels.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
Jesus, really? Alright. I guess that means it's this curio here then. Oh, actually, it could be this curio as well. Huh. Well, this is gonna get exciting.
The way is lit, the path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Frankenvender,
As the light gains purchase,
you and the
spirits are lifted,
flagellant have a bit in
and
common
purpose
now.
is made
Oh,
clear.
Jesus. Alright. I don't think I could have had less luck searching through this level. I mean, I'll know for next time. I don't think I've ever quite had a... I don't think I've ever
blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate
quite had a
even
run
the
like this one.
earliest settlers.
There we go. Right at the start.
Robbed of their writings, the swine will grow ever more ignorant. If such a thing were possible.
Fasting seal. Man, one of minus. This would have been useful back in the. This would have been useful back in the innards. Oh wow, this is actually really like this is pure benefit. Cool. Mind you, we got a bunch of fours and fives out of that. So, oh crap! I didn't take a look at that.
The twisting tunnels no longer exhale the toxic stench of degeneracy.
So I just want to see my broadcast. I'm rewatching the VOD so I can see what the experience was. God, does a streamer ever shut up? Get to the XP. Huh. Okay, so Olaf got 6 out of that, but do Ken, Kane, and Herbard... Oh, no. It's just the middle two. I guess Kane... Huh. Yeah, it's definitely hard to get a read on how the experience works. All right. Westside residents have expressed relief at the abatement of the nauseating odor emanating from the ancient aqueducts. Plus 33 resolve XP in Warrens on the next quest, and plus 15 damage in the Warrens on the next quest. So definitely a priority there if I can make it. Let's clear out the lethargy to begin with. And as always, we'll see if there's any good recruits. So what I'm really looking for here is if I've got something in the loadout. Like, so if I've got a level 2 occultist here, I want to replace that. Then same for flagellants, which I don't think we do. And then finally the same story with Vestal, and again we're kind of full up. So I'll sit by for now. I don't think we have anybody who really needs that much stress healing. Congratulations, Masamagoma. You've got a new got a new portrait. Let's make a deal. Just a reminder, we are working on the Red Hook for 750. There is incidentally a side of me that says, well, you know what? Just for bragging rights, let's try bringing Frankenvinder, Falcon, Liborg, and Lizzo into the Darkest Dungeon and see how they handle the final fight. The thing is, I believe... I don't think there is a positioning I could do that would actually utilize all their skills. I think that's basically just asking to have these 4 characters die. So we're not going to do that. But we are going to continue with the plan. So I guess I can't bring Olaf along. Like, Olaf I can bring on level 5 stuff, but we need to sort of level up our 4s and 3s. So let's just see if we've got anybody on in the roster who fits that description. We do. Okay. And this one I'm actually... Oh, I guess I can't rest on this one. I would have rested just so that I can get the extra journal entries, but... Okay. So we'll do a quick outfit. Let me just make sure that... Yeah. So my preference definitely would have been to go for like a higher level encounter, but we don't really have a team of level 5s ready to go on these kinds of encounters. And, well, I mean... There is another way of thinking about this. This would bring me closer to leveling up the Jester. But then again, I might be able to replace the Jester with a level 3. Yeah, I mean, it could go either way, but let's work with what we've got.
They breed quickly down there in the dark. But perhaps we can slay them even faster.
Okay, so I want to get through this as quickly as we can. Who's best at traps? Houndmaster, probably. We'll do a Hound's Harry just because I think the Shield Breaker will probably be able to do some fancy...
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles. Executed with impunity. Champion.
Okay, so again, in this case, we're really just trying to get through this as quickly as we can.
So too will resistance.
This is a chance to use the rain. Actually, the Hound's Harry works as well. And in this case, I'll do the Impale again because it allows me to hit someone in the back row even though they're shadowed. Now that doesn't count for Grape Shot Blast because that's only going to hit the 3, but I will take out a Cutthroat.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
And we were never going to get that the first... Well, maybe if we focused on everyone else, but obviously the Bloodletter's considerably easier to deal with now that everybody's focusing on that.
The bigger the beast, the greater the...
And again, this is a ranged focus character, but I'm happy to work with what I've been given. Okay, well, only one more room battle.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
I don't like spreading out the damage like this, but I don't really have a whole lot of options.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
Ugh. That's an ugly combo. I think this charge tends to freak me out a little bit more, so we'll go after the Swinotaur and then clean up the Corpse Eater. I know they've got the protection, but I think in this case just maximizing the damage output and hoping we can...
Grievous injury.
At least this one will be able to heal up. If we lose a second Flagellant, though, I'm gonna run out of the room and scream. Alright, he's dead.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
So I'm going to do something here. So in this case, we're going to get the Highwayman to check out the Sacrificial Stone. So that's one Curio interaction, and then we're going to get the Shield Breaker to interact with at least one Curio. And I want to see if that evens out the... Resolve XP.
Some experiments should have never happened. You are doing just work ending them.
Okay, so I think I focused on the Flagellant opening the most, or like interacting with the most Curios, but it was the Shield Breaker that got the most XP. So I think it's fair to say I've got no bloody idea how Resolve XP works in this game.
An eternity of futile struggle, or penance for my unspeakable transgressions.
Okay, so medical ward as always. Let's take a minute here, see if there's any boosts. So I'm looking for lepers, highwaymen, and occultists. Again, I don't think that fits any of the... Yeah. So we're starting to get a nice collection of high-level heroes, so let's just take a quick second here. So we've got Olaf and Theon at level 5. We still need a couple more level 5s for the next encounter. Oh, interesting. Oh wait, no, I've got a bunch of level 4s already. So let's just take another... We'll take get a position 3 and just move on. Kane? Yeah, why not? So we can go... the only drawback about this long one is that I don't have a ton of heal. But the Flagellant can do some healing. And of course we've got the campfire as well. So as always, we'll just take a quick trip to the blacksmith, make sure that we've got what we need. I'm a little worried about the stress on the Flagellant, but I think we'll be able to work with what we've got. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just, I was actually under the impression that it was only location based, and I think the reason for that was every time I had checked, it just seemed to be the same number across the board, and it did seem to be that the longer the encounter, the higher the number. I've never like sat down and explicitly like worked it out. But because there was a suggestion in chat that it was more complicated than just locations, this is just one of these things. I'm sort of wired now to think of these kinds of experiments, right? So it's like, okay, so what would be true if figuring out exactly this is at least the way that I think of these things. Like if I sit down and I say okay, I think, or at least my initial, I'll say the null hypothesis, right, is that it doesn't really matter what you do. You just need to run through the level and you'll get your XP, and it's going to be the same for everyone. Well, it's entirely possible that's wrong. And in this case, you don't need to give a full account of the system. All that you need to do is get an example where you have characters that get different amounts of XP on the same run. Or alternatively, you have 2 runs from otherwise, like 2 similar dungeons. So like short, complete 100% of room battles, and the XP that everybody gets is different, right? There's a few different ways that you can falsify the statement that it just depends on the size of the dungeon and maybe the level. And in that case, then you say, oh, okay, so maybe now we'll start experimenting and seeing what some of the other factors are. And I mean, again, like it could be things like the proportion of curios checked, or other little factors along those lines. The thing is that it is interesting to me if I can come up with a short, like sort of a pithy explanation about how XP works. Because if like if I can do that, if it is something as simple as like, if you do hard, long dungeons, that is how you can maximize XP, then it's like, okay, well, I need to make sure I bring, the most desirable character classes along on, large, hard dungeons. Or if it's something like the character that uses the most curios gets the most XP, then it's like, okay, well, I need to make sure flagellants and hellions and, whatnot do more curios. But if it's a number of sort of hard to quantify factors, or if it's things that just require a lot of focus on my part, well, then it's not useful as a heuristic. Like the only reason why I was doing that was just to try and be a little more efficient in leveling up the characters. But the thing is, the combat in Darkest Dungeon's fun, right? It's like I don't play it for the Hamlet. I play it for going into dungeons and facing horrors. So, I'm not too bent out of shape over the fact that I'm going to have to level up some people. I'm just going to step away from the keys for a quick minute, and I'm not going to like run ads or anything like that. I just need like a minute, and I will be back to do some more dungeons. All right, sorry about that. I took a quick look at the forecast. So this week we had some curiously pleasant weather, and then I took a look at the weekend, and it's all going into negative numbers. So can't get a break. Oh well. Let's convert into. Not quite ready to convert the shards. Okay, everybody's got their goodies, so long one in the cove, but hopefully that's going to bring us closer to our target. And again, for lack of healing, I'm actually going to go a little reckless. I'm going to bring 3 stacks of food. Actually, you know what? I don't need to bring that many shovels. Yeah. Tentacled lurkers lie in wait just below the water's surface. Tread carefully.
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
Okay, Pestilent Thrall is the priority pretty much in every single case.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
I think the Cove has got some of my favorite battle music.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
It's one of them tentacle lurkers they were talking about. This is so I can hit the Pelagic Oracle. Inconvenient.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Ah! That's the second time tonight. I wanted to hit the Cultist Gladiator.
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
I definitely want those crests.
Brought
So...
low and driven into the mud.
An evil force engulfs the hero. Okay, well, I'm not too worried about camping early. I definitely need to get the pack space. So I'm going to run out the torch up here.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
We are going to have one fight where we might get surprised, but I can live with that. Nope, we're good.
Well struck.
So priority here was to do as much damage on the one target that hadn't moved yet, but now it doesn't really matter which one I hit.
As the fiend falls.
Might have been a little smarter to hit the first one because I've got a couple people who can't attack the first position with some abilities, but I don't think it really matters.
Give them no quarter.
And am I willing to give up? I don't really need the cash, so I think I'll just leave it on the ground.
And now, the darkness holds dominion. Black as death.
So this is definitely going to have some stress consequences, but the flip side to this is that I don't have a lot of healing to do in the camp. So we'll be able to make some of that back up. Excuse me. I'll wait until we get to this location, and then maybe if there's another empty room, we might want to head there. And this is mostly just so I can preserve the torches for this little maze down below. Again, there's potential ambushes in the hall, but
Another mariner, another misfortune.
there's always a certain degree of risk when running like this. Okay, so do we get to scout? No, so let's use our first camp.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
Okay, so let's start by encouraging the flagellant. Oh, I could have done Lash's Solace. I'm an idiot. Blessed with good health for today, at least. Looks bad, but there's nothing to fear here. This reminds me of that time in the wheel, just without all the spiders.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted
All right.
and purpose is made clear. Horrifying memory, brought back into the spotlight by a tortured mind. Unnerved, unbalanced.
So 2 turns of this nonsense.
How quickly the tide turns.
I guess that's what I get for not bringing any, not bringing any, stealth. You get blighted through a block. Interesting.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all. Masterfully executed.
Again, I don't necessarily like spreading out the damage, but this is one of these cases where everybody was bleeding, everybody's taken a little bit of damage already, so it made sense. Shieldbreaker's really getting beaten up, though. I don't have any anti-venom.
Decimated. defeated. Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
As the wagon careens along the mountain road, I make my choice. I will not go to the vizier. I will not be this man's prize, his plaything. With practiced grace, I slip my bonds and lunge for the open air. The wagon teeters and the guard shouts. Wheels lift, horses panic. Okay,
Such a burden of finery risks life and limb.
we may have to use the campfire reasonably soon.
Devastating blow.
Okay, and then the grave robber's going to follow up with the armor pierce.
Executed with impunity.
So this is definitely a harder call because, like, there's a couple ways that I can protect the shield breaker, but I'm going to be spending a lot of effort both healing and de-stressing this particular character. They don't have Blight on them, so better to pick.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Ooh. Alright, I got a couple of ideas. So I'll start with an Impale just because Blight helps. Oh god, that was a good one. With any luck, we won't take too much damage, and then we can follow up with the shield.
The ground quakes.
So normally I wouldn't spread out, but there's a chance we might tilt some people into dead zone. Okay, so 3. Yeah, that's not happening.
A powerful
Still, only one attack. So that doesn't hurt because the Flagellant might be able to get a heal in. Oh, did I do the wrong? Huh.
success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Cuzzolt, thank you very much for the bits. How you doing tonight? Let's give up the dog biscuits. Ooh. This might be a problem. I should have done the spread. I'm going to do Serpent Sway, just because I know we can't afford a lot of attacks.
Impressive.
If you do not see anybody with a distinct blood red styled animation in the portraits in your lineup, have you managed to avoid? No. We I killed the Countess. So we had a pretty full lineup of cursed people, but killing the Countess will eliminate the Crimson Curse. I believe you can catch it again, but then it just becomes treatable like any other disease in the hamlet. I'm not sure if that was the right decision there, but we are putting a lot of bleed on the...
Ringing ears. Blurred vision. The end
Okay, we got lucky there. So this character's gonna die, this character's not. Yeah, they are.
The bigger the beast, the greater the
I am
glory.
Cuzzold. I had a bit of an unlucky run with one of
Seize
my
this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Flagellants, but we're really just building. I'm in kind of building mode for a crew that I want to take to the final battle.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
I actually need to pick whether or not I'm gonna let the torch run down or not. I've got one more firewood, so it's not the end of the world if I... Okay, well, because there's a fight there, I don't think there's a huge incentive for me to go in. So let's go sort of out and around like this. And then we can make some choices. Was it level 3 or level 4? I can't remember. It was my high. I think it was level 4, but it was my highest level flagellant at the time. So, but again, I mean, like I mean, like I don't want to spend too. I've mentioned this like 2 streams in a row now, and I always feel a little self-conscious about it, just because I think there's more interesting things to talk about. But there are definitely a few people who would come into the stream to like really try and convince me that Darkest Dungeon wasn't good because of its RNG. And like, there's only one answer to that, is like, I disagree. Like, and I'm sure most of you know me well enough. Sorry, most of you know me well enough that I don't see a whole lot of value in trying to convince someone that something they like isn't good. I'm not gonna turn, like, it's tough, right? Like, there's some things where I'll say, it's like, I think you're being a bit silly about this game, and this is actually something I tend to believe about gamers quite a bit. I do think that there is a tendency to have sort of these...
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
These artificial rules that really, like... they were never part of the original agreement, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, here's a good example. Like, the way I responded to Ark selling a DLC while it was in early access. I was actually really annoyed by that, and I'm like, how dare they do that? And then I went and I took a look at the Steam early access page. And
Cruel machinations spring to life with a singular purpose.
The thing is that on the early access page, it never says anything like you can't make DLC while in early access. That was just something that I sort of felt entitled to. But like that expectation kind of came because other people seemed to be mad about it, and because I was kind of like, I don't know, the game isn't done yet, and you're coming up with more stuff to sell to me. But it's like, plenty of other games know that they're not going to have like everything. Like, obviously a game doesn't get built in one big thing all at once. Generally, DLC is the sort of thing that allows us to see things that otherwise wouldn't have been brought into the game. So, I recognize that tendency in myself, and so, I kind of call it out when I see it. So, again, it's hard to argue with somebody's tastes for saying that, I don't like it when games do X, because, I don't know the contents of someone else's head. Why would I want to tell them, no, you actually secretly believe this other thing? But I don't know, like this game should style of statement, unless it's a pure statement of taste. It's like, well, I just happen to think random numbers work differently, and I can agree that you don't like this very much, but it happens to work just fine for me, and I'm going to continue enjoying this game. I'm sorry that it offends you so much. That's that kind of conversation. But yeah, like the biggest thing is that I just do not seem to get as annoyed about some of the things that other people do in this game. Like, the game's pretty clear that you will lose heroes as part of the journey. And I mean, I play XCOM and like XCOM, so yes, it sucks to lose a hero, but that's part of playing the game. And I mean, for every time I've lost a hero in a weird or upsetting way, I've had moments where they're these absolutely mind-boggling escapes from death, or like 1 in a million successes, and obviously I feel really good after those, and I probably wouldn't feel as good about them if the game was built in such a way that I didn't have that very credible threat of death. Ah, damn it. Ooh!
A moment of clarity in the eye of the storm. The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen.
Ooh, that's bad. Ah, the one character I didn't want.
Of oblivion.
Okay. This is very risky what I'm doing here, but... Nailed it! So the thing is, if I screwed that up, or if that ability didn't work in position 3, I could have set myself up for the shield bearer dying. I shouldn't have done that. I should have had the focused attack.
Monster's size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Okay.
Gathered close in tenuous firelight.
So I think this bleed's gonna be with me no matter what. Things are going according to plan. I am blessed with good health, for today at least. We are straight backed as a royal guard. Good. That's it. No sleep for us. We march to victory or ruin. We've packed all this food, I could kiss you.
The light, the promise of safety.
Alright. So, and now I'm going to start using my torches more regularly as well. So this is spreading everything out so that we can hit the Oracle. That stun's gonna suck. Ah! I hate this unit so much.
Death by inches. This expedition at least promises success.
Again, we're going for the the red hook, so money doesn't really mean that much to me right now. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say what my expectation would have been going into this, because the thing is, like, I don't play a whole lot of, like, so I've obviously played a Final Fantasy game, but it's hard for me to say, like, I'm well versed in sort of the JRPG style
In
combat,
Radiance, may
which
we
I
find
kind of
victory.
feel this is like. But particularly like on this run where like I've been going further in the game than I've ever been before, and as I've really kind of gotten familiar with how certain characters work. So I kind of feel like going to the left is the right call first. I don't think that'll be enough for the mission, but at the very least we can do a room battle with treasure, and we might be able to avoid this battle. Like, I don't know, it's, I really wanted to hit that torch. And we still got a surprise. Spread the love. Yeah, I don't know, like, this definitely kind of hits on a few levels that I really enjoy.
Blood quickens.
Obviously, the Uka Crusher is the first priority. Its arterial pinch can do some really nasty things, and we don't have any bandages. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bring rhythm back into your steps. One great example, actually, is I'm definitely learning the advantage of positions and characters that can move position quite a bit more. Okay, that's 10 damage. Yeah, we need to do a little bit more. So we don't need to kill the unit. Okay. So everything's going to die naturally.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Evil force engulfs the hero. Well, we don't have any camp left, so...
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
I would like to, you know, get the rare artifact, but what am I going to give up for it, right? Maybe torches.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home. The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
So I'm not too worried about losing this dungeon, but I still want to be on my guard because we don't know what's in this room battle with the treasure. And it also depends on how many more rooms I need to explore. We have definitely learned that you only need one battle to lose a valuable hero, so... God, they really love throwing the thralls at me. So I'm reasonably confident we'll take out the Thrall. What is it at right now? 3 damage, it's got 10 health. Better safe than sorry. So the thing I was worried was about one of these things shocking my Flagellant and then not being able to finish off the Thrall. I don't think it blows up first turn, but I just generally the Mr. Boombastic. I kind of like to get off the table as soon as I can. So I think everything's going to die to bleed except for the Pelagic Bulwark. So we were just going to pile on him. Now, normally I do a thrown dagger because of the extra damage versus blighted, but I can't do that to the first row, so we'll throw more blight. That was really more to reestablish the order than anything.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Okay. So an outside chance we might be able to get by with without doing any more fights. That's a little nerve-wracking.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
The thing is, I don't know how many more treasure chests I'm going to open, so there's no guarantee I'm going to... Yep, there we go. A little extra money for me.
We will find all manner of great and terrible things in this watery tomb.
So the real purpose of this was XP, but we definitely did well for heirlooms. Hey, thank you very much for the bits. So I think the party is actually better off, like stress-wise, than they were at the start of the run. I think. Again, I'm a little fuzzy, so I could be wrong. Only one level 5 out of that, huh? Oh, see, even XP. every long level 3 one, or is it level 3 or level 4? Anyways, clearly the rule holds, right?
No amount of scrubbing can remove the stains of such fearsome piety.
Cell cleaning. The abbot will not comment on the condition of the penance hall at this time, except to say that he expects normal operations shall be resumed shortly. The penance hall is locked, and the transept and cloister cost 50% less. Although again, nobody needs any stress heal right now. I am just going to take a second to adjust my blanket, which has been slowly sinking down on me all broadcast. And we've got a very special moment coming up. So, first things first. The Red Hook, a monument with no purpose except proclamation of one's dedication. Cost me 50,000 gold, 750 crests, 1 blueprint. And it's mine. And apparently I got an achievement for it. The Red Hook. Build the Red Hook. Alright, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm really not sure. I know some of you have been waiting for a very long time on that. I'll be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure if / when I'm going to be able to build the Tainted Well or the Miasmal Orchard. It'd be great if I could do it, but I don't spend a lot of time in the mill, and I've got to be honest, like, the one thing about it is that because it doesn't push time forward, because I'm not able to sort of like have my people de-stress and stuff like that, it's sometimes hard to see the reward, other than just, you know, it's fun to do combat and it's nice to see how many people you can take out. Like the mill is actually one that's a little bit harder to justify visiting. Now, we have some good news here. I'm going to get rid of you because your name's hard to say.
Those without the stomach for this place must move on.
So we get to jump ahead on one of the bounty hunters. Obviously, it would have been nice to have a jester for that. But by the way, Coswalt, you I don't think you got to see this, but you got through the darkest dungeon and lived to tell the tale. Actually, so people who are named after people in chat who have gone into the darkest dungeon and I did not kill. V, L. Dolby, Coswalt, Camerooni, Erasmus. I've got a wonderful broadcaster who is playing WWE 2K22, I think. Johnny Big Time's been subscribed for 52 months. He is that forgetful on the subscription button. And because he subscribed, I'm now going to give you all the same lecture about subbing that I did for half an hour at the start of the broadcast. No. Johnny Big Time continues to be my absolute favorite streamer on Twitch. And I actually know he is a little reluctant to speak up in chat because of this, but because I have not had a chance to really properly sit down and sing his praises, I'm going to say get comfortable, or because I'm about to make you uncomfortable. No. I do actually want to take some time and talk a bit about Johnny. I have gotten to know Johnny over a stream team which had it didn't end well, let's say. And it definitely involved the sort of high school drama-ish sort of nonsense that you will see on Twitch. It's an unfortunate thing, but I mean, it's going to be a feature of certain communities, right? And it's not really worth dwelling on it. But one big feature of that was there was also a number of people who really sort of stood up and either rightly ignored the nonsense, or kind of took a principled stand and, declined to maybe join in on a pile-on. And I don't really like talking about it a whole lot because it's kind of participating in the same gossipy nonsense that I tend to want to avoid. This is also a few years ago now, so it's the reason why I mentioned some of this stuff. But Johnny is actually one of the reasons why I take the time to do the types of shoutouts that I do, because I may not always be the best judge of character. There have definitely been some times where I've hosted some things which, on reflection weren't good choice. I had one person actually going on an anti-Semitic rant after I'd taken the time to talk about what a cool guy they were in chat, because they were a cool guy in my chat. And then I visit their channel and they're going on, about some conspiracy theory and saying some really terrible stuff. So that was an instant unfollow and, immediately apologized and found somebody else to host. So, again, I'm never going to know the contents of someone's head. So, in case Johnny winds up being a big old racist after 52 months, I just wanted to give you a heads up. But no, it is people's individual character that does make me want to take the time to talk specifically about things in their channel that I really like. And the other really big thing for me about Johnny is that there's an old story about George Gershwin. So George Gershwin is an incredibly talented composer. I really like Gershwin, and I think one of the things I like the most is that George Gershwin is undeniably a great classical composer, but it's also the sort of stuff that I think kind of everyone can like, right? So Rhapsody in Blue or An American in Paris. Oh, actually, here's a question. How many of you know George Gershwin? Not personally, obviously, but have heard his music. Because if I can find a royalty-free one, I definitely need to turn that on. I actually got to play it during Titan Souls, and there was an amazing moment where the music lined up perfectly with the victory, and I think I actually think it has been removed because of the DMCA nonsense, and it is a shame because there are few other moments on the stream. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were the one to clip that, Johnny. It was such a tremendous shame. Okay, I'm actually sorry. Let me just take a quick second to see if I can find this. I'll try and progress with the shout out while I move on. But there's this story. There's another classical composer called Maurice Ravel, and George Gershwin worked in what's known as Tin Pan Alley. So he was someone who did work basically for commercials, in addition to being someone who did these classical compositions that people people are more familiar with now. And apparently he was bugging Maurice Ravel a bit, essentially looking for like advice on making music. And apparently he was so insistent about this that eventually Ravel had to say to him, why would you want to be a second-rate Ravel when you can be a first-rate Gershwin? So the reason why I say this is that, I guess, for lack of a better term, I would really love to be a second-rate Johnny Big Time. If I could not be me, I actually really wish that I could have the level of energy and just like Johnny's got a really quick wit. He's got a great energy in his broadcast. He plays stuff that he is clearly having the time of his life, playing. There's a lot of things that really make me like his channel. But I'd say just overall as a personality, I think Johnny has probably captured better than, pretty much any other broadcast I can think of, sort of the experience of playing a video game on the couch with some friends and just having a great time. There is a reason why I say that one of the best broadcasts I've done was being able to co-op A Way Out with Johnny, because I think, this is maybe a little too self-aggrandizing, but I tend to think we complement each other rather well, or at the very least I kind of let Johnny raise me up a bit. But yeah, again, I don't know what goes into success on Twitch, but my conviction has always been that if out of the people who I know in terms of broadcasters and talent, if it were a question of talent and the ability to draw people in, I genuinely think that Johnny is the type of entertainer who is one of these people where if he were to become a name, one of these people who, you see thousands of viewers and move on, he'd be the one to be that's, Johnny always had it in him. But again, I don't know what's involved with success on Twitch. But again, Johnny, he's a very different broadcaster from me. He definitely plays a lot more action-oriented stuff. Very charismatic, very quick-witted. It's just a ton of fun to watch him play games, and it's fun to play games with him. We occasionally struggle to find something to work in. In fact, if I can convince you to do Vermintide again, I'm going to try and rope Johnny Big Time in for a game of Vermintide with Olaf, and if we can find a fourth, that will be glorious. Yeah, I can never know what people will like on Twitch. But John, I put it to you this way: I've never really been one for wrestling, but I was a little mad that I missed out on watching Johnny do WWE 22K or whatever it's called, because when I watch Johnny play a wrestling game, I really get the enjoyment of wrestling. It's fake, by the way, right, Johnny? I think Johnny also knows the chat where I could say that and really annoy people. But yeah. Anyways, I should probably just wrap it up on the shout out. But like I like particularly when I shout out Johnny, and maybe this gives you an idea of some of the origins in terms of the shout outs and that. Like, I want to talk about the qualities of the people, and I want to talk about the specific things that I enjoy about the broadcast, because I can't know if you'll enjoy a given broadcast or not, but I can at least talk about the things that I see in the broadcasters. And you know, Johnny is definitely one of the people where I feel like if I could sit down and study them, I would become a better streamer. And I also sort of know it's my failure as an entertainer that I can't quite reach his level. But again, my hope would be that I can be a first-rate System Chalk instead of a second-rate Johnny Big Time. But I do to a certain degree. Like there's a few broadcasters where I could say that I just really do not like I will never reach that level. And it's not that I like have a secret regret that I'm never going to be able to reach that level. Johnny is definitely one of those people that I would say that, you know, I wish I could be as good as, but I know I won't be. So I hope you give him some support, particularly because he's been able to stream a little bit more. I believe his next stream is on Sunday. Sunday. And he's actually been playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and I really want to play that game, having seen him play it. Oh man, Red Dead Online might be our next co-op, Johnny. Oh, by the way, so the animated GIF that Johnny's showing, do you guys want to hear a funny story about Predator? All right. I gotta get the actor's name again. I can't remember. So like obviously everybody's really familiar with like the two super muscly arms like grabbing like bonds of friendship and such. It's like Dutch and oh Christ. Dylan, is it? Anyways, I'm pretty sure the actor is Carl Weathers. Yeah, okay. So, like, obviously, Predator has no shortage of testosterone. You know, a lot of very muscly men in the... okay. But what's really funny is that apparently, like, pretty much everyone on the cast, like, would be getting up at progressively early hours, like 3 a.m. to, like, get in a like, do a workout before the day shooting. But apparently Carl Weathers didn't. He would, like, pretend, or, like, he'd like, walk around as if like his physique is just like something that he was like born with, like just naturally happened. And he would like just like he'd do his workout when nobody else was around, basically. I love that detail. So the other thing that I've heard, now I don't know if this is true or not, but I have heard that apparently Jean-Claude Van Damme was originally supposed to be the Predator. And I've heard two versions, one that he complained that the costume was too hot, and then the other one, which I can actually believe a little bit more, because this is, okay, see, the one I can believe a little bit better, because Schwarzenegger's the lead, is that he's too short. Because that was the problem with having Lance Henriksen as the Terminator and Schwarzenegger as Kyle Reese in the Terminator. So, of course, Schwarzenegger becomes the Terminator, and then it's not going to be Lance Henriksen who's Kyle Reese. It's going to be Michael Biehn? Yes. Fresh off his role in Far Cry Blood Dragon. He hated the suit. You saw a documentary. Oh, that's really neat. Yeah, I don't actually. I've not really seen that many Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. So, I've seen one Jean-Claude Van Damme commercial. All right, sorry, I'm babbling too much. Everybody, please follow Johnny Big Time, particularly if we're gonna wind up playing cowpokes. Okay, again, I want to level everyone up. We're slowly getting our level 5s, but we're not quite where we need to be. I'm tempted to put Centerpont into the mix. The only thing is they're halfway on their stress. So, like, there's one side that says the wield is good because it's a nice long encounter. And then there's one which says, I'm about to do a long encounter with no heals. They don't call it the darkest dungeon for nothing. So. And we are going to make sure that we're stocking the heals. There's a combo of both. Okay. Yeah. It's tough too, right? Because there's like so many stories about like movies, but sent you a clip so you can look at your of the documentary.
I knew all these paths once. Now they are as twisted as my own ambitions.
Now, Johnny, you haven't played Darkest Dungeon, but you want to, right?
A decisive pummeling.
Because there is a dog in it.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy.
Okay, this game is awesome. Just so we can be clear.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
It's one of these games for smart people, which I know you like. I really should be trying to kill the quivering ectoplasm, but like I hate every single thing I'm facing here, so... Oh, damn. Alright. So we definitely want to kill the quivering ectoplasm now. Yeah, no worries. I know it's late for you, so...
As the fiend falls.
Actually, another thing I'll just mention about Johnny Big Time is he and I are very slowly... Yeah, man. Okay, I also totally forgot to mention that Johnny has done easily my favorite XCOM playthrough I've ever seen on Twitch. So even though I talk about him like playing more action-oriented games, he totally kills it when it comes to action or to strategy. So ask him when he's gonna play Total War Troy. Ooh, map of the area is good. No, it's not. Alright. So again, the aim here is really just to get the rooms, even if it means I have to leave a lot of treasure on the ground. I'd rather have an alive party than a packs laden with loot.
Gold, trinkets and baubles.
This is important.
Paid for in blood.
It's probably better than heavy boots. Yeah, packs laden with loot are often low on supply and all that. Okay, definitely want to kill the fungal batteries as soon as I can. I also need to set up the group a little bit better in terms of skills. So I've set up for ranged, but we've got too many ranged in the group right now.
Annihilated.
So we'll probably have somebody marked.
formation is broken. Maintain the offensive. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Okay, so let's set you up with the point blank shot and... I'll do let's advance.
Nature herself
I was scared I forgot shovels for a minute.
spreading corruption, malformed with misintent.
Cool. So again, we're just trying to explore rooms. If I can know a room is not going to have a fight in it, I'll prioritize it. But in this case here, I'm going to try and make the most distance that I can without using a firewood, and then, like basically I'm hoping to use my first firewood to get some healing in, and maybe a little sanity on the highwayman. This is also not so bad because if you look, like you can kind of do a fairly even break in 3 sections here, so I don't know, I'm hopeful.
In Radiance, may we find victory. As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
So again, we got to prioritize the fungal batteries before we go too heavy on the other guys.
The ground quakes.
Now the exception is
Decimated.
if I can do the point blank shot. Okay, sickness isn't good. I might do a heal with the hound in a bit, but let's deal with the task at hand first.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Ah, I should have put that on the highwayman. All right. Oh, Jesus. I hope we brought enough shovels. It's looking pretty good as far as... Well, I spoke too soon. I was going to say it was looking pretty easy, so let's see if we can make it to this battle without using the firewood.
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
The Enchantress is definitely public enemy #1. So if we had the bleed, that would have been great, but... So I was hoping a little bit that the Gladiator would go first. Okay. So they'll move forward with Ren for the Old Gods, which means that my Highwaymen basically can one-shot him. Point blank shot is a ridiculously powerful attack.
Destroyed. Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
By the way, if anybody would like to be the first Darkest Dungeon mod that I've ever played, if somebody could make the Houndmaster have a Dachshund, I would be forever grateful.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
We'll still do the same
Precision
routine.
and
I just don't think the
power.
point blank shot's gonna deliver the coup de grace. Mind you, the thrown dagger will do some damage because of the blight. This is actually not a bad little combo.
The bigger
Whoa!
the beast, the greater
Okay,
the
well I don't know how
glory.
this game works. May wind up with rabies, but
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving. This expedition at least promises success. A fortune waiting to be spent.
I was hoping the
Another abomination
shield breaker would
cleansed
move
from our
first, but
lands.
I think we can get through this.
Executed with impunity.
So the damage isn't great, but
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
so if I can get the shield breaker to move first, it should be a good round for us. So again, that's partly to get the blade on the back row, but also I get a free point blank shot. So, I mean, we're kind of halfway through this run. This has been pretty good for us. The Highwayman actually has less stress than we started with. And
Perhaps the turning
even though we don't have a healer. This, by the way, is why I kind of disagree with the proposition that you always need a healer in the party. Like, the fact that I've got such an aggressive party, and particularly one that's just able to spread this damage out in a like a meaningful way, has resulted in it's resulted in a like a party that just hasn't really been taking that much damage. So, like, to give you an idea of how some of these combos work, like the Impale, in addition to like, the ideal is when the shield breaker moves first, because the Impale not only moves them back one, but it inflicts blight. Blight creates a damage boost to the Grave Robber. The moving back allows the Highwayman to get a 50% damage bonus on the first position enemy. The only thing that's a little weird in the lineup is the Houndmaster, because Hound's Harry, you know, like, that inflicts the bleed. The Hound's Rush is more targeted. But like it's not obvious in terms of the combo, other than the fact that there's already been a bunch of damage that's been done sort of spread across the other enemies, that the Houndmaster is a good option in terms of just kind of cleaning stuff up. Now, again, I didn't necessarily design the group with the synergies in mind. I definitely
The way
knew the
is lit.
Highwaymen and
The path
the
is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Highwaymen and Shieldbreaker would be a good combo, but the rest of it just kind of came out of playing, really. I should have drank the holy water. But yeah, I'm really happy with it, obviously.
Obliterated.
So yeah, I mean, the most this is why you don't need a healer, right? The most damage that would have happened out of that encounter would have been the one if it landed on the Shieldbreaker. And the Shieldbreaker has Serpent Sway if I really feel like it's something like the Uka Crusher where I can't afford to get hit. Although I guess if you take Bleed and Blight through the shield, the thing I fear from the Uka Crusher is still a threat. Okay, no, I can't kill that right away. Let's split it up.
A powerful blow.
I still want to make sure I can do damage to the Fusilier.
Impressive.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter whether or not that one's still... it's too late now.
Their cursed champion falls. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Okay, so this is an empty room. We'll at least move forward there. That has already been looted. So if we run into another blockage, I'm gonna feel sad. Let's camp here.
Huddled together. Furtive and vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
Okay, so priority number 1, healing if we can do it. Nobody can heal. Well, it's physician heal thyself. Okay, so instead, everybody's gonna get buffs. Oh, no therapy dog. Looks bad, but there's nothing to fear here. I'm ready for battle, let them come. We're healthy and mentally steeled for this challenge. Well, at least we won't go hungry.
The match
The
is
snakes!
struck.
The snakes are
A
everywhere!
blazing star is born.
Sacre bleu!
There will be no rest by the fire tonight.
Okay, so this thing heals with Molt. I'm trying to decide whether I want to inflict sort of a spread bleed. This does count as a beast. I'm going to start with a Hound's Rush, and then I think I'm going to whistle on it, because I have a feeling we're going to need to put some special attention on this group. Now, I'm not going to be able to front rank hit like I normally do, but I did still want to put the Blight on the Sinister Adder. Oof, that's gonna be ugly. Hey, lucky. I knew that was coming. Ah! Brutal. Okay, I am gonna try target whistle just because I want to see if that, when they molt, if that still works. We'll cure the venom. I think I'm still gonna go go on the back row. Fortunately, I'm not able to get the...
Dazed, reeling, about to break.
Probably won't... Yeah, this probably won't kill it, but damn. I was thinking if the riposte could just constantly attack each other. Also should have bandaged. Okay, Hound's Rush will hopefully take it out.
Just
Good.
size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Kill the venom. Tough fight.
A singular strike. Ghoulish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
I am lodged in a jumble of corpses and wreckage. My arm is pinned. The serpent appears silently from behind a rock, tongue tasting the air. The bite is quick, the venom slow. It runs cold in my veins, inching up my arm, forcing me to make a terrible choice. We don't really need the crests anymore. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, so I was originally going to do another camp, but in this case we can actually use the food to heal up. Be nice to take some cash, but let's press on. I have the option of camping again if I need it. Most likely use for the camp is going to be to try and get the shield breaker's sanity back.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
I definitely over prepared for this one, but it's hard to say that's bad just because I've got more money than I really know what to do with.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Oh, god damn it. I hate these. Oh, Jesus. I am messing up my order something fierce. Yeah, no surprises there. If anything, I just wound up with an even tougher enemy.
Well struck.
I feel like these two are going to be fighting for position, so I should maybe... Oh, no they're not.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless
Inordinate
So-
exsanguination be considered a virtue?
Because there's a chest here, the temptation is to use the firewood. Well, you know, I have enough torches for... Okay. Let's risk it.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
So first things first, we'll do encourage, courage, wound care. Definitely boost the range skills because point blank shot counts as ranged. If we get ambushed, that's gonna suck, but we'll at least be strong. It's a really clear. Yep.
And now, the darkness holds dominion. Black as death.
Ah, god damn it! If this thing gets a tree branch smackdown on us, this is gonna hurt.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
Jesus Christ. So I'm not gonna push ahead because I want the shield breaker to go to the front. There we go.
The promise of safety.
Okay, that could have been worse, I suppose. I've got 1,500, so it's tempting to go for the... you know what, we'll ditch the doggy treats. Yeah, that was definitely a very tough fight for that particular group. So what I was originally going to do was camp in this area, but the thing is that I've got a lot of torches, so the benefit, like I'll show you exactly how much torch I would have saved doing that. So I think a little over half. This is... I actually don't know what... I think this might be 75, so... Less than half, I guess. Anyways, as you can see, yeah, 75, almost certainly. And we've got pretty decent haul as far as torches are concerned, so no real reason to try and preserve them. But I was able to get some extra loot, so that's why I did it. Okay. So, 2 fights. I might as well just head up here, and if I have to do one more room, then we can head back. Of course, that changes if there is blockage. Of course, now that I've got all the free inventory space, I may want to consider taking more curios so that I can get some goodies. Let me buy, I'm famished. We've got so much food in our pack! Wait a minute, the Houndmaster has got zoophobia. The Houndmaster. This dog comes running to see him. Ah! Alright, we'll just return to the hamlet again. Money's nice, but it's not really that important.
Soldiers and supplies. Let them arrive unharried.
So, like, in terms of a return, this definitely is not one of my more successful runs. But, of course, what we were looking for was the XP. So, other than the fact that we've got a few sickies, that was a pretty good run as far as getting some level 5 heroes.
Curiosity, interest.
Thank you very much for the bits.
Mile markers on my road to damnation.
Good boy doesn't count, man's best friend. Kuzval's given me the wrong incentive here. If I'm getting the 100 bits for completing a run, this gives me a reason to go for the short ones, not the long ones. Okay, so first things first, let's cure the sickness. How's that? Is that a flagellant that was sick as well? Looks like they cured both. The log will probably confirm that. Yes. Okay. So as always, we're going to take a quick look at the stagecoach. The thing we're really looking for here are any upgrades. So if we've got level 1 or 0 abomination, which we do not. Now it may be tempting to switch out for another jester. So I'm going to take a second here. We know we're not going actually, let me just get this. So sort by level. Or no, sorry, sort by class. So, I mean, I could definitely see another abomination joining the party.
It is done. Turn yourself now to the condition of those poor devils who remain.
Do I have another plague doctor? I don't know how I feel about this, but
Send this one to journey elsewhere, for we have need of sterner stock.
I don't know. I just wanted to I wanted to try and get some of the rolls that I thought I might be short on. Okay, let me just take a quick look here at my lineup. So what I'm looking for, I don't mind if they're if they're not level 6, that's fine. Actually, so I don't think any of the level 6s that I have I'm going to use. So with apologies to Frankenvinder, at least in terms of like the top priorities. So level 5s. So I think I said the Shield Breaker was one of the like secondaries. Level 5 Flagellant. Level 5 Highwayman. The hell? I wrote this and I can't. Vestal Jester, Flagellant, Highwayman, Hellion. What in heaven's name did I think I was writing here? So I'm actually genuinely trying to figure this out. Couldn't have been a leper. We've already got Shieldbreaker. We've already got Hellion. Wasn't going to write down an abomination, I don't think. Ah, Bounty. That's it. The pen skipped. Okay, Bounty Hunter. Already have Highwayman down. Already have Occultist down. Already have Vestal down. That can't be Crusader. Okay, I'm actually going to take the time to sit down and figure out exactly what I want. So let's pretend for a moment here that I wanted a bounty hunter. Okay, so Vestal in position 4. Jester in position 3. So that would mean the bounty hunter would have to be in position 2. So either a highwayman, shield breaker. So I guess the Houndmaster doesn't really work in this lineup. That Shieldbreaker Highwayman combo's working pretty well, though. But the Flagellant gives me extra heal. Okay, so if I put a Flagellant position 1, who goes position 2? I mean, again, Highwayman kind of works there, I guess. Bounty Hunter probably works better, though. Oh, okay, actually, hang on. So... Flagellant, Bounty Hunter... Jester, Vestal. Let's shoot for that. And it just so happens we've got a level 2 of each of those. So this is a little worrying because of the fact that it's level 1. Bring the Hellion along. So medium. Oh yeah, no, I'm not that reckless. We're all definitely going to do a long one. Okay, we are back on track. There's another thing that I want to do really quick, which is, again, I've got a bit of a surplus of cash. So the people who I think I'm going to be bringing on the big run. Are they all getting healed? I want to start getting rid of any of their... yeah. Definitely getting rid of that one. Jesus. So I'm going to try and purge them of any of their weaknesses. Okay. On we go. And as usual, we ridiculously over-prepare. And if any of you think that you're seeing things over here, I can assure you that it's all in your head. We're going to do the same thing as last time. Oh wait, hang on. I don't really need to over-prepare. What am I going to use the money for otherwise? I'm going to also have to make sure... Oh, I forgot to put trinkets on these folks as well, I
These
think.
salt-soaked caverns are teeming with pelagic nightmares. They must be flushed out.
It's fine. We don't really need the stress relief, so that's fine. Yeah, this should be fine, and 100% of room battles, which is going to be a little complicated, but not impossible. Oh, so good against humans.
Precision and power. As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
God damn it. I wanted to Iron Swan that guy in the back.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade. Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken. Eradicated.
It's a little more damage than I wanted to take at the start, but we've got the Vestal for the long,
Or is it merely a trick of
the long
light?
haul. We're definitely going to be working this for a while, just because of the level where everybody's at. Johnny can tell you my dining habits, and that eating rations found in a random treasure box is quite on brand for me.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
That was maybe a little wussy to do. I think I could have got a stun in and helped out the bounty hunter for next turn, but so no point in doing the two positions if one of them's already dead. So I'll go for a stun on this guy. Assuming, well, yeah, doesn't really matter. They're all pretty much dead. It does give me a little extra torch, I guess.
Is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Excuse me, sorry.
The match is
Good
struck.
Lord.
A blazing star is born.
Ah!
Another mariner, another misfortune.
So we'll pretty much try and take out everyone except the Pelagic Guardian, because the Pelagic Guardian can put a shield down, and if they shield either the Deep Stinger... So Deep Stinger getting shield means we potentially lose one party member each turn to shock. Well, maybe not each turn, but the shock is a big concern. The worst one is if he shields the Pelagic Shaman, who can... who basically can heal anybody else. So I was thinking of trying to pull the Pelagic Shaman first, or up front. The reason I didn't do it is it's if I kill the Shocker, then then I don't need to worry about stuns, and I get all 4 characters for the next turn. What I'm going to do here, though, is I'm going to do Dazzling Light. So this is because this unit's already taken its turn. If the Bounty Hunter moves first, then we get the extra damage on the... Ooh, bad luck. We get the extra that's exactly what I was worried about. We get the extra damage on the position 3, although it may be overkill. So this thing's going to die to bleed anyway. Didn't quite think that through. So, not a whole lot they can contribute right now. If I stun this unit, then they're still going to take their turn, so in this case we're just going to go straight to the face. We don't have a lot of armor penetration here, so we're basically just going to have to whack away at it for a bit. Dirk Stab's kind of tempting because of Finale, but I think I'll just do Slice Off because it should, yeah, it'll affect the Guardian. Oh, yay! This thing definitely needed a damage buff.
A decisive pummeling.
How much damage? I just need to do some damage. Okay, or credit.
Destroy.
So even if they do healing. Actually, healing would work well for me. Oh, I didn't do Adrenaline Rush? Shame on me.
Destroyed. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Yeah, I could really use that Adrenaline Rush now, but... I hate rooms like this.
Curious is the trap maker's art. His
Hellion's already
efficacy
diseased, so...
unwitnessed by his own eyes.
Well, I guess it gives me a reason to go back. Well, but I don't have a reason to because my pack's full anyway. Alright. It's not gonna matter. So I was thinking of doing a stun to set up the Bounty Hunter, but all of them had moves, so...
Annihilated.
The reason I prefer that particular attack is because of its slightly higher crit. It's the same argument for using Iron Swan. Like, on paper it's the same as the other attacks that the Hellion does, but that marginal improvement as far as the crit can... You know, it just means the expected damage for that attack is higher. Keeping in mind, of course, that expected damage is something that you're talking about over sort of all attacks that you do. Like the individual attack that you do is probably going to be a normal one, but over time you will see the amount of damage you do from one attack over another is higher. So I'm going to have to try and remember to go back to that secret room. But again, we're doing pretty well for cash. And we're not going to be able to build anything except for stuff that comes from shards.
The light, the promise of safety.
I was going to talk a little bit about, like, so obviously here I'm running into one of the things that people sometimes say is a kind of a defect of Darkest Dungeon, which is the kind of the grind to rebuild your party after being decimated. Obviously, in our case, we have to kind of rebuild the party for a happy reason. We did so well in the Darkest Dungeon levels that we've actually run out of people to kind of send in. Obviously, we had one batch of unfortunates, but can't be perfect. So I'll be honest. Like, it would be nice to just be going into the endgame content again. But I think one thing that I do kind of like about this system... Well, one thing that's nice about this system is I do get familiar with how these groups work. So it's a little bit of a training period, I suppose. One of the ways that Darkest Dungeon has handled this is just to simply make it so that when you upgrade the stagecoach, you'll have up to level 3 people come in. Obviously, my experience of this has been that it feels like the level 3s are few and far between.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
But another game that did this in a reasonably effective manner, BattleTech. Yeah, when you play BattleTech and you get to a point where you can upgrade your ship so that it has training systems, and basically I think I'll do the judgment first. And with those training systems, basically up to a certain level, you can take a recruit and it will improve their ability up to a certain level. And so if you wind up losing a mech pilot and all you can find are rookies, you have the ability to sort of train them up. And it basically gives you a reason. One of the things that I think is actually quite effective about it is that it gives you a really good reason to have a full roster. So pilots kind of cost you money, and so you can see how in that game you might be reluctant to you might be reluctant to have a full roster just because it means you've got a bunch of people sitting around collecting money but not going onto the battlefield. And in that case, what's happening is that you can do that, you can save a little bit of money, but what you're potentially doing is cutting those people off from the ability to get trained. And as a consequence, your party may not be as good when they need to sort of step up and replace a pilot. So, again, I think it's probably a little more subtle than... Let's mark him. No, it still counts on that guy. Drat. I think it's a little more subtle than it seems at first, and it's a system, personally, that I kind of like.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Does the inspiration cure them of disease, by any chance?
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike. In Radiance, may we find victory.
So, damn it! I was really hoping I could.
The path is clear.
Jesus, I was really hoping I could get the stun to set up the bounty hunter. Well, we got the crit. Can't do an Iron Swan of the Pelagic Shaman now, but. Almost. So I did Judgment over Stun just because it does more damage, and I wouldn't be able to use the Bounty Hunter before they moved.
How
quickly the tide turns.
So this isn't too much of a worry because I've got bandages and a healer. Maybe extending the fight longer than it needs to, but
And improvement.
yeah, might need to smarten up a little bit, but well, crap. There we go. I'll admit, this has taken a bit longer than I thought it would.
This expedition at least promises success.
This lets me move after the Vestal, so that's a good one. Sacre bleu! Might as well camp.
Gathered close in tenuous firelight, an uneasy companionship.
Tiger's Eye. Let's give that to the Hellion. Lose not your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. I'm gonna guess you get the same, the same event if, or this a similar moment if you do turn back time. Yes. I just want to avoid the nighttime ambush. I'm blessed with good health, for today at least. Looks bad, but there's nothing to fear here. We are favored by the gods this day. Our larder is well stocked. Whatever dangers we may face, starvation is not one of them. Stop buffing them! Okay. This means I'll do judgment with the Vestal. Well, this one's buffed, so beautiful.
Ground quakes.
Oh, but I can't. Ah! It's the one time I don't want to crit, because then I can't hit the shaman in position 3 with the wicked hack.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Cures disease. I just don't want to waste a turn putting them in the... So, as always, public enemy number 1 is the Drowned Thrall, although I don't have not everyone can attack with... not everyone can attack position 1, so... In this case, we'll do Judgment. That frees up the... Oh, no, it doesn't. I forgot that that doesn't leave a corpse. So I was thinking we could Iron Swan the shaman, but no such luck. So I hate the shaman more, so it gets the targeted attack. So this thing's gonna die to bleed no matter what, so we get to focus on the first 2 here. we get a free heal.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
I'm not gonna use up the camp just to get rid of the debuff. I did that
Handsome
once, but
reward for a task well performed.
I don't want to rely on it. I'm really beginning to appreciate what a party with a good scout can do.
Impressive.
If I had a better read on the upcoming fights, I'd probably be through this mission a little bit faster. That's fine though. We'll get through it. So I attacked position 1 thinking that the Jester would be able to put some more bleed on these two, but obviously he had other plans. I'm gonna do the healing next turn. I'm not as worried about healing the Hellion just because they have an emergency heal in the form of Adrenaline Rush.
A dizzying fall.
Ah. Okay. Yeah, so now would be a good time to heal the Hellion, just to avoid any tragedies.
A devastating blow.
No, I did say I was going to heal them. Cool. Hey, it turned out.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
This Hellion has absolutely no luck. So I'll admit, it's feeling like a little bit of a grind as far as the fights are concerned here, but I did sign up for a 100% of Room Battles mission, so like I can't complain too loudly about it. It might actually be an idea to target the cultist in this case. They can do bleed. It's probably like whenever I make decisions like that, usually when there's a Pelagic Guardian in the group, the big question I ask is who would I hate to see the shield on the most? And like, don't get me wrong, like a Pelagic grouper is a pain to deal with, but it's not the same kind of pain as a like a unit that can just constantly keep putting bleed on your people. Also, they kind of mess up the order a little bit, but I think. Well, no, I guess if somebody wound up in position 3, it would be hard for the Hellion to hit, but let's do a group heal.
The wounds of war
I don't like spreading it out like that, but I have a bit of time to be able to work with it. So prioritize that unit just because we don't have any armor penetration, and so, like, basically if I know I'm going to have a long fight with somebody who's got good armor penetration. Oh yeah, sorry. There's one drawback here, which is the Jester's not well positioned to handle that. But yeah, so if I know that I'm in for a bit of a if I know I'm in for like a bit of a slog like that, what I'll usually do is I'll remove all the other damage dealers, so that way, you know, the worst that happens is I need to dedicate someone to sort of healing the damage that someone takes from that one character. Now, if it's something like a giant and it's got Tree Branch Smackdown, I can still potentially lose that race. Mind you, a giant doesn't have high protection, so it's also unlikely that that would happen. But like basically, if you only have one source of damage, it's a little bit easier to handle with your healer. Of course, on the other hand, if you don't have any healers, you know. Well, if you don't have any healers and you're a damage-dealing party, I suppose it's on you for not bringing armor penetration. But, like, Bleed and Blight are not a terrible way of handling or protection, but I think the big problem with that is that if you don't really stack it up, one of the things that can happen is you wind up in an extended fight. Like, in the end, most enemies you go up against are going to do more damage than your healers can deal with. I mean, it makes sense, right? You don't want to have the battles go on forever in this game. I can't really think of a lot of team compositions that would lead you to sort of have a major loss like that, but I don't know, maybe I'm just not that creative. Or maybe I just kind of know to avoid doing that. Anyways. I probably could have stopped talking about that about 3 or 4 paragraphs ago, so.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
So I realize I'm really just automatically going through a lot of these, but I just kind of want to get this run done so I can cure the Hellion and level up the Jester and Vestal. Okay. Really wanted me to see all the details of this level.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Again, the Shaman's a pain, but nobody to protect the middle two. Oh, that's a judgment for sure. Be judged! I figure any heal I could do would not be as good as just eliminating whatever damage that thing would have done to us. I thought I would have been able to do the firewood.
A moment of respite.
So this is pure buffs for everyone. We are going to avoid the nighttime ambush. You all do know what this is referencing, right? It just occurred to me that if I'm chuckling to this myself and it's not clear that I'm being a bit of an idiot. Sorry to skip the dialogue, we're just so close to the end. Okay. Not my favorite group. It's like a little bit of everything I hate, but we should be able to see this through to the end. So one thing that's kind of smart about the Call of Duty, like, the grouper does some pretty serious damage. So what it basically means is that there's now 4 targets that I want to kill. I'm still going to take out the shaman because it buffs everything, but yeah. So it's 2 high protection enemies. I'm not crazy about that, but I figured the Jester can pile on the bleed, and then my 2 main damage dealers can just fight through the protection. Good God. So Jester's going to be a little, well, not quite useless. There's one thing the Jester can do.
Surgical precision.
Turns out that's not necessary. We'll see what's in the clam. Oyster. Let's see. Wouldn't have got hurt if I'd called it an oyster.
At last, wholesome marine life can flourish. If indeed there is such a thing.
Ah! The narrator raises a good question, chat. What is the most wholesome marine life? Okay, ridiculous amount of XP for the Vestals, so they can't come on the adventures anymore. We're gonna have to sushi. So Demore is gonna need to sit out for a little while. Maybe what I'll do is I'll take Dumal out with a group of level 1s, just to get them up to level 2 while the disease gets cured.
When the sun shone, and laughter could be heard from the tavern.
Okay, wrong one. Let's make sure there's no other diseases we need to worry about. Nope. Actually, one thing I can do, I did say I was going to try and recover some trinkets, so let's boot some folks out. Okay, so, nothing I want. So, taking a look at my level 5. So basically the question is, like, what level 5 stuff do I want to have happen? Well, again, what are the people that I want on the Darkest Dungeon run? Well, we need to get them up to level 6. So Flagellant, maybe there. Actually, would a Flagellant work in position 3? No, because Punish and Reign of Sorrows doesn't work there. It's definitely a bold choice for lack of healing. So I may wind up really disappointed. It seems like a really good way to level up some of my people. So. Okay, and again, we'll take our level 6s and get rid of any quirks that might make them less effective. Do we have anybody who's stressed out? I mean, why not, right? Okay, let's see how this goes. Actually, I don't know if we get these back. We don't need the torches. So this isn't exactly a team designed to fight the bird. This is more a team that I want to level up. Oh, god damn it. This is why we did this early. I want to get the debuffs on so we can buff our people.
A dizzying blow to body and
I really should have brought I really should have brought that protection. God damn it.
The blood quickens.
Got him. I'm trying to go for the heavy hits with the with like the blight and such. They're probably gonna fly away. Oh. Don't you dare die on me, dude.
Terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
I might. You know what? Let's just Hounds Rush this. Go for broke. No! Jesus.
their cursed champion falls.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Oh man, we got some great stuff back. The Ancestor's Pistol Pen? Oh, Jesus. Yeah. We needed that for sure. Lots of disease. Alright. Probably just as well that we, we got that out of the way.
Let me share with you the terrible wonders I have come to know.
Stunned by the apparent value of the thing concealed amidst its putrid feathers, onlookers wondered if a trek to its perch might not be in order. You mean the thing we just did? Oh man, nobody got level 6 out of that. Huh. The whole point of doing that was actually to level up everybody. Okay, well... Oh god damn it. game hates me. So I think this is probably not a bad one for some of the, the people who've been to the darkest dungeon to do. Let's see what we can find off the stagecoach. Probably nothing. Yeah. Okay, so we wanted to level up some people. That includes the Jester in particular. So I did all right without a healer last time. Raining Blood. Okay, so we can do a Warrens with 100% of room battles, or... Oh no, that's a medium. Man, I really don't want to do another long, complete room battles, but... what else am I going to do, right? And as before, I guess we don't need to worry too much about stress, but maybe let's get rid of some nasty side effects. So... Clumsy. I will heal up Olaf. I just want to make, or cure Olaf, but I just want to make sure. I knew like Olaf's afflictions weren't as bad as the others, so all right. Again, almost certainly overkill, but. So once again, this is just an effort to try and bring up the level of all the participants, particularly the Jester.
But perhaps we can slay them even faster.
Okay, so I wouldn't normally want to go back like this, but it does say complete 100% of room battles. There's a room battle, so we're going to do it.
Precision and power.
So this is the priority target, but because that has... Whoa! Wrong hound abilities. Oh, that's right.
Another abomination cleansed.
I forgot to give people trinkets again. So I think they'll bleed out. Yeah.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving. Their formation is broken.
Probably should have seen if I could have upgraded their outfits too. I don't think we need 7 bandages. Okay. And the aim on this one is to try and get through it as quickly as I can. Not recklessly, but if I can...
Spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Can bring laudanum.
Festering fear consumes the mind. A powerful blow.
But yeah, basically, sooner I get through... the sooner I get through the room battles, the sooner we can move on to another dungeon and bring the Jester along with a team that's hopefully the same level.
give them no quarter.
So everybody gets to pile on the front row now.
A death by inches. Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
I could use the food for cleaning. Sorry, cleaning, healing. Okay, I think I'll try and dodge the obstacles, so we'll take the fight and go into this room battle with the Curio, then move up to this room. It's a long way of going around it, but we know we need to do this fight anyway. This is going to be a bit of a pain, but fortunately, like, other than the fact that these guys spread out the damage quite well, this is just going to be more of an annoying fight than a deadly fight. Bonus versus human. Ah!
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Keep the bleed up.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own. As the fiend falls,
So, yeah, could have been worse, but
hope blossoms.
it's really gonna. Okay, good.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Cool. Gives me a reason not to camp. Alright, 2 stress stealers. And in inconvenient positions. So, I've been relying a little too much on Iron Swan and it's been disappointing me, so... Is that enough? No. Ugh. I don't really think I've got... I mean, I'm sure I'm just noticing it more often, but I feel like I'm getting disease at the time that I want to have the same people, like, running through the dungeons. Oh, that was a lucky dodge. I think we'll just harvest again.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
They might have bled out on their own. I probably should have checked that. Okay. Longer I can prolong camping, the longer I keep this extra damage.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud. Glittering
Oh,
gold,
man.
trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Let's get rid of one of the stacks of firewood. I feel a little bad about that, but it does let the expedition sort of pay for itself a little bit better. I also need to remember to start ditching heirlooms for cash. Please let this Iron Swan work. Yay!
success so clearly.
You know, it's occurred to me the other
Or
possibility.
is it merely a trick of the light?
The other possibility about the perception that you always need a Vestal might also be because if you don't bring... No, didn't do anything. If you don't bring the proper antidote, like the antidotes and bandages and such, that can obviously stack up as well. I don't know. I should maybe watch more people play this game and see where some of these rules of thumb come from, because obviously I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but that's also possibly just a reflection of the way that I play.
Obliterated.
I definitely know there's stuff that I do that annoys people, so
Be gone, fiend.
I definitely don't want to talk too much about how people are wrong, which is definitely not what I intend to
Remind
convey.
yourself that overconfidence
Can I
is
just...
a slow
Oh, wow.
and insidious
Medicinal
killer.
herbs are a lot stronger than I give them credit for. I did not appreciate that you can use them to get rid of effects that would stay with you until camp.
Destroyed.
So unfortunately I can't Iron Swan now. Nope, but they're gonna bleed out, so... Getting a little scary for the Hellion. Now the Hellion does have the Adrenaline Rush ability, so I'm a bit safer with that character than the others. If I can get a little intelligence in what is coming up, I might be in a better position to decide whether or not camping's worth it. Because obviously I decided to get rid
These
of
nightmarish
my
creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
firewood early. Okay. Against my better judgment, I am going to try going... Well, there's a bit of luck. So again,
Masterfully
stress
executed.
dealers are public enemy number one when you're trying to preserve teams between runs. I guess the bounty... Well, no, actually, the bounty hunter can't afford to get stressed because they need to
Triumphant pride
cure their disease.
fall.
So if anything, the bounty hunter is the last one that I want to be affected. This can potentially go quite poorly for the Hellion. I'm gonna do Hound's Harry just to get the bleed up and running on everyone. I'm glad that wasn't a crit. We can still Iron Swan. Cool.
Ground quakes.
So we do need to worry about bleed. Yep. Lucky. Three damage is not something I'm gonna freak out about. And hit them so hard they cured the disease.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
I should have seen what the damage would have been. That may not have been the smartest move. Obviously, we can afford...
Ancient traps lie in wait, unsprung and thirsting for blood. Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Definitely want the team eating whatever's on that cart. Okay. Let's switch out the... I should have switched out that jade ages ago. I don't think it's going to get me that much.
The way is
But obviously the need for
path is
camping's kind of
clear.
gone now.
You require only the strength to follow it.
So let's distribute the boosts a little bit evenly. Given that this lasts until camp, I'm definitely inclined to trying to push my luck as far as camping's concerned. And again, like, I really don't need to collect that much from the dungeon. I'm engaging with the stuff
A handsome reward.
because I'm not quite sure how it works as far as the experience is concerned.
Curious is the trap maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes. A fortune waiting to be spent.
Yeah, like basically I just want to have these effects last as long as possible. And of course, get through all the battles. I'm never sure about the distributed bleed like this, but I don't know. Felt like the right call. We'll see how the Iron Swan works. I think this guy's going to bleed out. This guy might bleed out. Not quite. It's always the danger that you crit them and you can't do the Iron Swan. So that definitely would have been the thing that sent us to the campfire previously.
Well struck. This expedition at least promises success.
Oh, the key doesn't work. Shame on me, should have paid closer attention. That wasn't a locked chest.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the
So we could have had 4
foolhardy alike.
jade, but I had to throw it away. So I could have way more food than I'm ever going to eat.
Impressive.
Oh, alright then. That's kind of messed up my chances of taking out the swine wretch, but... This bounty hunter's a petri dish. So obviously they'll die next turn. I'm not going to worry about taking them out. I'll probably hit a position 3 attack with the Jester. At least I didn't get diseased. Beautiful. So the one person I want to get damaged is actually the Houndmaster, and they're the one character who's not taking damage.
A decisive pummeling. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Crests aren't really going to get me any... Well, then again, neither is the key, so... I guess the key will get me more money than the crest, though, so...
Some experiments should have never happened. You are doing just work ending them.
Okay, so again, this really isn't about the money, although I think we did a much better job of managing that priority. I'll maybe cool it on the torches and food in future, because that, I mean, again, that was a 100% of room battles, a long one with no healer, and we did not need to visit any campfires. Okay, That's not terrible, because I do actually want the Hellion and the Bounty Hunter up. It would have been nice if the Jester had gotten to level 3, but I don't think that was ever going to happen. So obviously we got a couple people who are going to visit the medical... Oh!
No rest, no peace for this wretched soul.
All right, level 3 Flagellant, level 4, and a level no one. Okay, so I think probably the higher level Grave Robber. Yeah. Sorry.
The task ahead is terrible, and weakness cannot be tolerated.
Okay, we have got Man-at-Arms, which I think we already booted out, so that doesn't really do much for me. We also have a Vestal, which we've kind of already leapfrogged. So let's cure some disease, and let's see if we can get some people some levels. These actually aren't the worst to have as far as diseases go, but I would prefer to just have a 0 disease party. Okay. I mean, there is a... Oh, that was a once... Interesting. So I missed an opportunity to get an item from the Shriek. I'm going to have to remember that in future then. Because I don't learn my lesson. I don't even think this character's gonna get level 6 out of this. This is such a stupid choice. Oh, I should have tried to remove some quirks, too. I gotta remember to keep buffing my guys on their turn, so... Okay, better start.
Grievous injury.
Scary.
Palpable fear.
Oh, this is dangerous for the Grave Robber. God damn it! Jesus, okay. We had a good start, but it's starting to fall apart a bit. I think we're just gonna go straight for the face. I think trying to build up the debuffs is a little too optimistic. They're attacking the one person who, or not the one person. They're attacking everything that I don't want attacked.
The ground quakes.
Okay.
Teetering on the brink.
Better
Facing
hope.
the abyss.
we can deliver. Oh,
Is
yes.
the weapon that cuts on its own.
That was a pretty good run.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
So honestly, most of this stuff we already had. I do like the fact that you can do double eye patches on your Man-at-Arms, though. Oh, we got some level 6s. So, Senrapon unfortunately got the Creeping Cough and it didn't get to level 6.
My obsession caused this great foulness, and it is shameful that I must rely upon you to set it right.
It's going to take a second here to make sure I can get everyone to the level that they need. Okay, let's take a look again if we can find any replacements. I want to take the opportunity. It's only a Plague Doctor though, and we've got one of those. So we try and get our Jester up. So one thing I could try and do is take them on a veteran. A veteran run. It's a little concerning, but they will be joining the Vestal, and I think let's bring the Hellion and the Shield Breaker. Let me just double check that those are on the list. I've already got a Shield Breaker for it. I don't have a Hellion, don't have a Jester, don't have a Vestal. Did I not have a Bounty Hunter? Yeah, I think the Bounty Hunter's the better call. Oh, I get it. I put Bounty and then Hunter on the next line. That's why I couldn't figure it out. Okay, yeah, so all of these are ones that I want on the A team. Don't really want to mess around with the I don't really want to mess around with the torch. This would be a bad one. It's a bit of a risk, but okay, we can put the health stone in the inventory and see. I'm assuming we'll find a better fit. So I have to give up the dodge, unfortunately. That's the only thing that makes me a little worried about this one. Definitely bonus to melee. The unmovable helmet might actually be one I take to the Darkest Dungeon with me if I think I can pull the Ancestor up. That's a kind of a big if. Obviously, if I get that calculation wrong, I'm in deep trouble. Oh, Jesus. Position 1 Jester? What insanity would drive you to do that? I've been using the Jester pretty offensively here, so normally I'd like to do the stress skills, but in this case, it's not quite as relevant. Yeah. Good crits, though. Oh yeah. I can handle pure benefits. Okay. Better healing, less damage. That's exactly how I use the Vestal. Better healing skills, but less HP. Yep, pure healing is basically how I do it for the healer. Okay, so obviously this can potentially result in some I got 4 characters with a fairly aggressive set of trinkets going into something that they are sort of equipped for, but not like ready to completely demolish. But I don't know, like it's just one of these things where I feel like this is this is kind of a calculated risk I'm willing to take. And again, we'll load up on so the urge for the things like bandages and anti-venom aren't quite like it's not quite the same there's not quite the same urgency behind it, but again, like what else am I going to use the pack for, right? So just minimize the sorts of things that'll make me camp and I'll be happy.
These salt-soaked caverns are teeming with pelagic nightmares.
Okay.
They must be flushed out.
I was going to say, this doesn't feel like a very large level. This is actually pretty good because... What, are you scared of what's going to happen? Is it Maltus? I get that it almost seems like it should be laser gun, but then the T is getting in the way. Maltaser gun. Sorry. That took way too long to figure out. I have a habit of going way too aggressive in this game in loadouts like this. So you absolutely should be scared of what's going to happen because I am almost certainly going to crash and burn. And I am going to spew forth volcanic profanity, and all of the young children will need to run and hide. Welcome, by the way. All right. Honestly, let's just throw out as much damage as we can. Ah, I can't Iron Swan now. All right, that's fine.
Decimated.
So Jester will take care of this one, and then the Bounty Hunter and the Hellion will take care of this one.
Masterfully executed. Press this advantage.
Okay, Hellion's sort of without a target now. I'm gonna do the party heal. It's not really necessary right now, but there's nothing my Hellion can do this turn, so... it's not enough for the bleed to take him out yet. I think Finale... I don't know how long that mod lasts, so as much as I'd love to do a Finale, it's completely unnecessary right now. So I need to
remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
In addition to reminding myself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, I need to remember that if I have got a full pack, I need to throw out the heirlooms. Okay, we're just going for the completion here, so... Okay. Again, I'm not 100% on how the experience system works, but in this case, unless it's a room battle or a so basically, unless it's a room battle or it's on the way to a room battle, we're going to ignore it. And that's just because we need to get these. We need to get... Oh my God!
Another misfortune.
How did I forget shovels?
Without tools of iron, you must rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose.
Oh, that's not Yeah, that's shovels that I need for this.
The way is lit. The path
I'm an
is
idiot.
clear. We require only the strength to follow
The
it.
position 4 Oracle is going to be hard to deal with. So I might rebuild my Jester to deal with stress. That'll leave us a little light on healing, but we do have a pair of pretty strong attackers. I should have attacked this one because it's got the buff. But again, I got a good healer, so... I mean, what?!
Annihilated.
Okay, this is gonna get interesting. I don't think the Jester can attack. Well, no, they can attack. They just can't attack either of these because of their stealth. Oh, okay. But yeah, we're definitely rebuilding the Jester to handle handle the willies.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Okay. It's not a catastrophe, but obviously this is the first time I've got to rebuild my party to deal with an error that I made. So, and of course, depending on how many more fights there are in the level, we may actually have to take some time and de-stress these people.
Death by inches.
Okay, so. And it doesn't really matter, we're not going to keep them. So the good news here is that my damage dealers are going to be buffed. The bad news is that half of my party basically doesn't participate in combat
If
anymore.
only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
So if it's something that works well as sort of a marathon, like, so these guys do a lot of damage, and so my Vestal's not going to be able to keep up with this. But the question is, can we take them out faster than they sort of drag down our health? We'll do a Divine Comfort. I probably should have done a Judgment just so that the Vestal gets healed up, but... And again, slight preference for Iron Sword just because of the higher crit. Again, it's a 1% difference, so it's not like... It's not the sort of thing I'll beat myself up over if I don't deliver it, but it's just the chance to get a little extra damage over the course of your runs. Okay, so we're going to do some Inspiring Tunes now, basically one to each party member until they're down to 0 or as close as I can get to it. He's already moved, so let's go to position 3. Beautiful. So my two damage dealers can access every enemy in the list. I'll probably do a party heal next. Definitely do a party heal next at this rate. So I attacked this unit because it hasn't taken its action yet. So in this case, we avoided. Basically, that meant that we avoided damage, which means that this heal is like a pure heal for this turn. And so if we can take this unit out before it moves, unlikely, especially because this Jester cannot attack it at all. But if we're able to take it out before it damages us... Yeah. So ideally the Vestal should move ahead. It doesn't. I could do something like a Adrenaline Rush and then like try to get the Vestal to heal, but normally when I do stuff like that...
Precipitates a dizzying fall.
Normally when I try to do stuff like that, I just wind up taking extra damage for no reason. Like 8 damage on the Bounty Hunter is not the end of the world. We can just make that up next turn.
A handsome reward. for a task well performed.
If I had to pick two characters that I want to have sort of minimal damage, well, sorry, not minimal damage, minimal stress, and sort of to maximize XP on, it would be the Jester and the Vestal, because those are the two characters that are kind of the must-have for the Darkest Dungeon run. Mind you, any Darkest Dungeon run that I do is basically going to be the only one with them. So I should really just pick what party I want and build for that. Yeah, we'll spread the love.
A singular strike.
I probably should have done the inspiring tune, but... Actually, Dazzling Light might have... Hey, cool, okay. Chance to cure a little stress.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Stressful Incantation is the one ability I do not want used right now. Mind you, we've been doing alright as far as barrier. Like, we could have definitely... This is a large map, so it's like... There's a very real danger that we could have run into more blockages. Jesus, that's not good. That is good, though. So, we might have to deal... What on earth... Wow, imposter syndrome's a real killer. Might have been an idea to do some damage here, but I figure I'll top everyone off. So we get it bonus damage versus humans. I'm pretty much always going to attack the first two positions with the Bounty Hunter. This maybe isn't the smartest choice because both of them might be able to take an action and damage me. Ooh, not good. Let's just go aggressive then if I'm not going to be making music. Ah!
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Ah!
Well struck.
Pretty decent as far as the stress is concerned. I still want to try and minimize it, but... Okay, I'm going to do something really dumb and irresponsible here.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
Yes, it's guaranteed to die, so... I'm going to try and get another stress heal in. So the hope was the Vestal might be able to do a group heal, but that's not the end of the world that didn't happen.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Should probably get the torch back up. I hate this game. All that work on de-stressing my people gone.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles.
I guess we could try camping to cure the stress, but okay. Again, the Jester, so normally I would heal a damage dealer because damage dealers are the ones that basically end fights. The reason why I healed the Jester here is, like I said, the Vestal and the Jester are sort of the pillars of the they're the pillars of the Darkest Dungeon run. Whatever the normal difficulty of the game is, I'm definitely not doing the timed one. This is my first time through the game.
The ground quakes.
But yeah, like I said, like the Bounty Hunter, it'll be a shame to lose, but I've got replacements for them. Same story with the Hellion. If the Jester or the Vestal go under, then we're going to be spending God knows how long trying to replace them. Although by that logic, apparently I'm not stress healing the Vestal. I probably should have gone for the Oracle here, actually, because my Hellion can't attack them, but my Vestal does need a heal, so... Like I said, I am convinced that now that the game knows I want to level people up, they're just going to keep giving me more and more diseases. Oh, I should have killed that Oracle ages ago.
A momentary abatement.
So there's kind of a twofold dilemma here.
Precision. Power.
I do want to make it so that the Vestal and the Jester are able to maximize the number of dungeons that they're going into. But if I ignore the stress of the Hellion and the Bounty Hunter, then they can potentially gain a
trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
They can potentially gain like a oh God, what do they call them? Malady or whatever. That will, you know, like abusive or whatever. That will like kill the morale of the overall team, and then that plunges the Jester and the Vestal into the same boat. So may as well get what we can out of the torch. Oddly enough, I'm kind of hoping that this isn't the last fight, just so that I can get a little more stress heal in. But on the other hand, like, we can just try and get some more people up to level 6 if we need to give these folks a trip to the sanitarium. In fact, I suppose I might want to prioritize the Bounty Hunter for stress heal, because they're going to be visiting the medical ward. Elpbore, first of their name, thank you very much for the follow. Really leave myself any options there. So, because of the Oh, Jesus. Kind of because I rebuilt everyone. I mean, I was never going to be able to deal with a position 4 stealth anyway. But definitely the fact that the Jester isn't an active... oh, thank you very much. I can't really say that much about gameplay because, as I was telling Whiskey the Ram, like it's kind of I'm obvious, like I'm far enough in the game. And Pidmaz, thank you very much for the follow as well. Like we're at the point now. Basically, I've completed the bosses. We've gotten to the darkest dungeon. It turns out I was actually one or two rooms at least away from the last boss, the shuffling whatever. But I definitely got my ass handed to me. We lost 3 members, and I found out that if you run away with one, then you're allowed to keep them. The next 2 levels we actually got on the first try, and I was really hoping that I could get bragging rights of doing the final fight on my own, or on the first try, but couldn't quite seal the deal, so I'm going to try a little bit of a weird lineup for it, but I kind of want to see how it works, and I've just been building up the party to see whether or not we can make it. And Pinmaz, I'm debating in terms of the camping, to be honest, because the thing is that like I've got people that I need to bring up to level 6. The one person who could benefit from a good stress heal would actually be the bounty hunter, because they're going to be out of commission for the disease. But the thing is, I've got other stuff that I can do in town, so I'm not that concerned about camping. Like, I've got the firewood, so I can kind of do it, and I've obviously got so much
Decisive pummeling.
I got so much food, but we'll see. I mean, I didn't like get any camping skills for my team, so I'm not 100% sure what everybody's got. But like, I don't know. The fact that I didn't bring shovels kind of ruined my chances of. Okay, you know what?
A powerful blow.
Oh, come on!
A devastating blow.
Sorry, you're all saying nice things about my voice, and now I'm just shouting at the game. Yeah, like, it's a nice to have, but the fact that I didn't have the shovels kind of meant that I was probably not coming out of here with a party that I could just roll into the next challenge. We'll see, though.
Impressive. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
We've got the healer if I... Sorry, I'm just taking a second to work this out in my head. So I've got the healer if we wind up in any, like, need for emergency healing. We could wind up with another blockage, in which case I would regret not having the recovery for stress. I believe this Vestal has got the prevent nighttime ambush, so I don't need to worry about getting caught that way. There isn't really a strong reason for me to save this firewood.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
Okay, so Sanctuary first. Let safety be upon us. Let us be veiled in holy light. So we're doing okay. So yeah, we'll basically just triage based on who's got the highest stress levels. Lose not your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. One day I might actually try singing that. today is
In
not that
Radiance,
day.
may we find victory.
Jesus Christ. So we don't have any armor penetration. Oh, god damn it, I forgot to move everyone. Alright. At this point, we just need to pile on the Yucca Crusher, because that arterial pinch is an absolute nightmare to deal with. Alright, if anybody's going to get hit by that, I want the Hellion to be, because I don't need to give up a... I don't need to give up
As the light
a
gains purchase, spirits
bandage
are
for it.
lifted, and purpose is made
But obviously
clear.
that's basically just free reign on the... Jesus, Imposter Syndrome's a tough one. Yeah, I do not think there could have been a worse target for... You know what? Nah, we're gonna hit it. Actually, with that in mind, I do want to use... Ooh, 2 bandages? Yeah, no, we're adrenaline rushing. And that's why... Oh my god, this thing does not need more damage. I think I'm going to try for the stun again. It's because I can get a bonus damage as well. Please leave me alone. Oh god, okay.
The bigger the beast.
I should have seen if he would have bled out on his own, but at this point I just want to have this done. That was a huge blunder that I didn't have the Jester in the right spot.
Seize this momentum.
Okay,
Push on
so
to the task's
sorry,
end.
I just walloped my mic. I'm sure you all had to hear that. Sorry. Okay, what have we got? Minus healing received. We can get rid of that. Okay, so like the real problem with that was the stress more than anything. The Vestal's going to be able to get the team up to what they need to be pretty quickly. I do kind of hope we don't run into another Uka Crusher. But we're probably going to have a little R&R in the village. Ah! We'll get through it. Son of a bitch. Okay, well. Jesus. Alright, so definitely heal on the Jester. I'm abandoning stress heal at this point. We're going for the throat. There is an argument for dealing with the wide mouths because they do a fairly serious amount of damage. The thing is, I don't have that many bandages left, and arterial pinch is absolutely the sort of thing that can wipe out my my valuable party members. I'm gonna go for the stun, but yeah, it's a very low chance it'll work. But in the case of an enemy like that, the 1 in a million chance is still kind of worth it. All right, so the game's having a little mercy. So spread out damage like this actually isn't all that bad. That kills the bounty hunter though. So we'll spread out the healing like that. Still focus down the crusher, but the bounty hunter's probably gonna have to waste a turn moving. Yikes. Yeah, can't dodge it all the time.
and panic.
But we do get to do inspiring tunes again. Not necessarily the smartest idea just to focus on healing one character, because I have like just the amount of damage that's being put out by the enemy here. I'm not going to be able to out-heal it.
Has no intrinsic merit.
But it really does depend
Less
who's getting hit
inordinate
on some of this
exsanguination
stuff.
be
Christ
considered a
almighty.
virtue.
Okay. The Hellions gonna struggle to hit. No, I've still got the Iron Swan. But let's yank position through. Oh well.
The blood.
So I think in position 2 the Vestal can still do a team heal, which I'll probably wind up doing. Jester's looking a little green around the gills, but good. So I'm a little less stressed out about where the bounty hunter's sitting, just because we've got, we can do enough damage to the wide mouth with the team as it is, and my focus right now is just to try and get a little more control on my stats, particularly health. So obviously my preference would have been Divine Grace, but I'm not in the right position for it. Okay, not great, but we can reestablish order. Oh, alright. Well, it looks like we get another round of this fun then.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Okay, let's not do that again.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Of course I get a bleed. Oh, no. Got lucky. I probably should have checked to see who had the higher resist out of that, but... So again, there's a challenge here with the Pelagic Oracle. In this case, because they're a stress dealer, I'm going to use the Jester to put a bit of bleed on them. So that means the target that I need to focus on is this Gladiator. The problem is, I might get a crit. If that happens, then I just get very sad. Why?
Soothed. Sedated.
Okay, well, they dodged. Only one more turn of that.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
The real, the real sense of humor would have been if I got the crit on that first character, and then I didn't do enough damage to kill the Oracle. At that point, I would have assumed that Red Hook specifically
Brought low and driven into the mud.
specifically wrote the game to create the maximum possible frustration. I might need the food still, so... 16 food... Okay, I probably don't actually need 16 food, but... I also have quite a bit of money, so... Given 2 stress dealers, we're probably here for a while. We'll buff it. I would have preferred collect bounty because of the bonus versus human, but we'll kill the stress. We'll try to kill the stress dealer ahead of time. Didn't work. I think I'll just try and... I was kind of hoping for a lucky hit on the Enchantress. So I'm going to go for the Pelagic Widemouth just because I know the Bounty Hunter gets a bonus on the Gladiator. Turns out nobody can hit though, so we will... So given that there's 2 stress dealers, there's a small side of me that says I should do an attack on the Enchantress, but I'll take my chances and get my stress healing in. Again, I kind of feel like... Oh, damn it! The post-cognition on this is strong. But, yeah, I was gonna take my chances with the... Again, like, killing something is the best form of damage mitigation, whether that damage is health or stress. But, I don't know, sometimes I don't hold very strongly to that rule. I do want to do a judgment on the Pelagic Oracle, but if I'm not careful, I'm gonna...
But never hidden.
I'm gonna find my Hellions in over her head, so... I did say I was gonna go... So there was a side of me that wanted to do Come Hither on the Oracle, but the bonus damage against the buffed Gladiator... It was tempting, but wasn't enough. Alright, so... Mostly stress heal, and... If they land stuff, my Vestal can heal it, but I think probably I'll just focus on healing up the Bounty Hunter and then maybe do party heals or something. I could maybe try stunning people and like extending the healing time, but I tend to find that that just results in me taking unnecessary damage. I am still going to assume that the Bounty Hunter does his job. That's lucky.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
I guess I could have self-inspired. Cool. All right. So
This expedition at least promises success.
we were in a tricky spot there for a bit, stress-wise, but we're actually looking pretty good now. Of course, this is the time they'll just throw another block in front of me. I normally really like checking out stuff. Well, I'm gonna cure him for the disease anyway, so... And... I went through the majority of this game not realizing that medicinal herbs can get rid of the, Okay, I'm not allowed to say the bad stuff that can happen to me. Oh my god. You are kidding. Oh Jesus, okay. I got very lucky on that. There's no healing needed. Choose violence. Close. This is such a tough call. Well, okay, can't do damage to position 1. So this is a tough call because we've got 2 things that could potentially take out party members. The Vestal would be the one I'd be the most comfortable losing to a stun because everybody's healed up. If I lose the Jester, I lose the stress heal. If I lose the stress heal, you know, the Slavering Ghoul is going to have its way with me. If I lose a damage dealer, then it just means that the energized stingers get a longer period of time to inconvenience me. Anyways, we'll do the best with what we've got. I do want to kill the energized stingers first, even though the ghoul can make me miserable. But the ghoul also has 40% protection, and I don't have any armor penetration, so we're destined to fight this thing for an extended period of time anyway. So we'll make the most of a bad situation.
Festering fear.
Okay, that's 2 people who need to go to the loony bin. I can't hit this thing. Oh no, yes I can. Finish him. Alright, it's just sadness all around. I think this thing's gotta... Yeah, I think we'll just do Judgment. There's an argument to do this Dazzling Light just to get the torch back up, but I've got plenty of torches. And there's only so much Inspiring Tune's gonna do, but at the very least we can try and offset some of the stress. I suppose a nice thing about it being a bit of a marathon is that the Jester gets time to do its thing. Good God. But this is assuming that my Jester can actually do its thing. Unbelievable.
The horror.
You know, it occurred to me if I'd killed one of those front ranks, I don't have any bandages, so this is going to be... There's actually an argument to not kill this thing, to let the adrenaline rush cure the heal. Oh, I really needed... actually, no, at least this way I won't get Death's Door. So, obviously, the ideal would be to kill this thing, but because I don't have any bleed, any way to get rid of that bleed, I need to use the Adrenaline Rush and hope he doesn't get a turn. But it did occur to me that if I killed one of those corpses, I probably would have avoided a lot of those howls. It probably would have done more rends.
Their cursed champion falls.
Anyway, that was an adventure. I mean, I knew it was a possibility. It's the reason.
No clemency in this place.
It's the reason why I used the Hellion for it, but. I really don't want to mess around with the thralls. So, very high priority to Inspiring Tune the Jester, just so they don't get the... They don't start stressing everyone else out, but... Obviously this party's getting benched for a little while. Which is fine, it's... We had a pretty decent momentum for most of this stuff. So honestly, it's kind of lucky that I haven't actually had to send some people out for R&R for a while. I hate doing this, but we know the Vestal's going to be able to heal, so... This could be the... Oh no, it can't be the last fight because it's not in a room. One thing I've been meaning to check out, on the odd chance we encounter an Uka Crusher, I think the bandage is better than the gold. Although we've got more than enough torches, so... I simply must know what is within. This might push him over the edge. Okay. Okay, I know I forgot the shovels. Why do you need to remind me? I wonder if there's a battle in this last room. Alright.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
We have to kill this. Again, we'll stop people from going over the edge, but like absolute #1 priority is to take out the Enchantress. Even if that means not healing the Hellion for a turn. So normally I would have saved the attack for the I normally would have saved the attack for the Bounty Hunter, but I was trying to avoid the bleed that happened there. Simply because... So I just need a second to think. I'm gonna stress heal the damage dealers, because if they start skipping turns for arbitrary reasons, can't really afford that. But yeah, I wanted to try and take out the Gladiator first, just because I don't have a lot of ways to deal with bleed anymore. But didn't turn out. I was off by 1. Okay. Again, anybody who's getting close to the limit. Vestal's getting kind of they're sort of in the back of the stress queue, just because apparently Imposter Syndrome is a ridiculously... Jesus.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
That's... really hard to deal with, actually. So I'm in the weird position where I don't want this thing to die, but... Does he really have that? Huh. For some reason, I always thought you just got 1 HP each time you ate. Anyways, yeah. So I'm giving the Vestal sort of the lowest priority because of Imposter Syndrome. So there's already
A fortune
like
waiting to be spent.
healing's obviously really useful, but it's the most unreliable member of the party, so if they wind up becoming abusive or they wind up missing turns because of a negative feature, like we've already kind of built a strategy around the fact that the Vestal may not actually take her turn. So this is going to be a bit of a hair-raising encounter. Okay, 2 stress dealers and the Uka Crusher. Of course! Of course! We're going to win this and nobody's going to die. So again, we've got people in danger of going over the edge, but we already know we're not going to hit zero. We already know we're not going to hit zero stress. So as long as we can damage them enough, or damage the enemy enough to end the fight, it doesn't really matter if people get pushed over the edge. Okay, not great, but an Iron Swan can still take that thing out. Okay. So, very unlikely we're going to get another stun, and what I should have realized was that it hadn't taken its turn yet. So, am I worried about bleed? Absolutely I am. But the other thing to consider is that if we can kill this thing... So basically, if it inflicts a bleed on us one turn before it dies, it's the same as if the bleed wasn't inflicted at all. So the question really is, do I feel comfortable enough with where my party is at health-wise to be able to survive the attacks that this thing's bringing? If I am, I do a judgment. And if I'm not comfortable enough with it, I should do either a Divine Comfort or a Divine Grace. Now, both of my Bounty Hunter and my Hellion are a little weaker than I would want them to be, because we're obviously not going to kill it next turn. Oh god, it's got a bonus to damage too. But it's 50% stun resist. Yeah, Divine Comfort is what I was thinking anyway.
How quickly the tide turns.
Yeah. So, like, this sucks. You know, 8 damage per round for 5 rounds is a problem, but I am going to be able to heal this character each turn. And in addition, we get to keep piling on the bleed. Well, trying to pile on the bleed at least. So I think in this case a Divine Grace is called for. I want to try and not let that character get to Death's Door.
Prodigious size alone does
There we go.
not
So again,
dissuade the sharpened blade.
even if we hadn't healed the Jester, it'd be the same as if they didn't get it. Also, my apologies, I'm getting a connecting to chat message from Twitch, so if any of you have been talking, I've not been ignoring you deliberately, but I suspect I have not been able to see anything in chat for a little while. Last thing I saw was Pidmaz saying, ouch. I'll let you know when I'm not getting that error message anymore, and that way if you...
At last, wholesome marine life can flourish. If indeed there is such a thing.
If you wanted to yell at me for a particularly stupid move, you can now do so after the fact. I think I'm okay. Let me just do a quick... That's all we watch stream? Okay, cool. Yeah, the shovel thing was a bit embarrassing. But yeah, it was exactly like I said. Nobody died. We are apparently a collective petri dish, and the one hero I wanted to be up to level 4 didn't make it to level 4. But obviously, we're gonna.
Seditionists and heretics skulk in the alleys. They must be found out.
Rats among us. Threats to our collective safety are never in short supply, but this week our local constabulatory received a welcome augmentation. Idle Houndmasters gain 1 resolve level. Okay. So, bad humor's gone. Tapeworm, gone. The worries, gone. Chauncey? They definitely... Oh god, that thing just got reinforced. There's definitely going to be some quality time with with the the sanitarium. Okay. So Centerpont could definitely use a level up. We've got enough people for a run to somewhere scary. Admittedly, like a highwayman, crusader, shield breaker, antiquarian group is not quite my idea of a party I'd want to send out. So maybe I'll hold off on that. And as always, I just want to see if I can kick anybody out for a higher level, and looks like we can. Okay. I got to admit, I've been streaming for about... What's my favorite song? Well, I suppose given the number of times... given the number of times I used it as the Jester, I suppose it would have to be Eye of the Tiger. Man, my favorite song overall. So for like modern poppier music, I really, really like the song Just Like You Imagined from Nine Inch Nails on the album The Fragile. It's an instrumental one, so that doesn't have any lyrics. But I also really like jazz and classical. So if you wanted me to give something a little more highbrow, I could probably. I mean, we were talking about Gershwin today, so Rhapsody in Blue and American in Paris are pretty solid. But yeah, it's a tough call. It's hard to say one song overall. But yeah, just Like You Imagined is one that I think every single time I hear it, I'm incredibly impressed by it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry to say, I'm actually really encouraged with the new people who've been stopping by. But I got to admit, I've been streaming for 2.5 hours past what I normally do. I also think I've kind of been running out of energy in the commentary a bit. And I am... it's like almost 3 in the morning. So I'm sorry to wrap it up, but I actually think I gotta call it here. Just as a quick review of what we were trying to do. I was trying to bring a Vestal and a Jester basically from, I think, level 1 and 2 up to 6. So we were able to get them to level 4 and 3. I also got a Houndmaster, Shield Breaker. Did I get a Bounty Hunter? I don't think I got a Bounty Hunter up to level 6 yet. But I think we got about 3 or 4 of the heroes I was looking for up to level 6. Now, the fact of the matter is that if I want to be focusing on healing and stress in the final fight, which may or may not be a good idea, I still need to think about that a little bit. I'm really only going to get one crack at it because I'm only going to have one Vestal and one Jester. But all of that's going to be figured out in the next broadcast, I think. For those of you who are curious about what's going on, I normally stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Monday, I do a strategy game. We've been doing Stellaris for seemingly an eternity. So for those of you who are fond of grand strategy games, that's Monday. Wednesday, I have been very kindly given a couple of keys by Brace Yourself Games, who are good friends of Red Hook. So that's usually either Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade. But for those of you who are just here for Darkest Dungeon, that will be a week from now. I normally do that on Fridays, and of course I'll always say on Twitter whenever I'm doing something new. I do play Stellaris, yes. I've been doing my first criminal enterprise, and I unleashed the Grey Tempest on the galaxy, and have desperately been trying to tamp that down. And if you want to see the archive of it, most of that's on YouTube. I think I'm a couple of episodes behind, but I'll get that sorted out. But yeah, if any of that sounds interesting to you, feel free to follow if you haven't already. And if none of that sounds interesting to you, thank you for hanging out. I am going to take a quick second here just to see if there's anybody online. Normally at 3 in the morning there is not. But every once in a while, Brian on the Rocks goes absolutely nuts and streams until God knows when. And he works at Respawn, so he's got a lot of cool stuff to say. He's not, but Ponce is playing Elden Ring. So, He's a good one. Bye, Pidnaz. Thank you very much. Oh my god, there's a lot more of you than I thought. Okay, I will definitely host... I'll definitely host Ponce, so... Oh, thank you, C. McLaugh. Ponce is somebody I met back in Vancouver. He kind of got his start as a kind of a name-ish League of Legends streamer, but he's actually quite good at Souls-likes games. I think when Dark Souls 3 came out, I think he played it... I can't remember which FromSoft game. Anyways, apparently one of them was released early, and he played it in Japanese. And in any case, I haven't actually seen him play much Elden Ring, but he is usually a safe bet. He's also very calm and relaxing to listen to, so I feel like he is a good shot. For those of you who prefer more classic games, I will also just mention that Kilgore Trout is currently playing The Elder Scrolls Arena, so he's another good Canadian streamer. But it's been a while since I've seen Ponce. I will leave him in your capable hands. And again, thank you everybody for making this a very worthwhile stream. See you in the next one.